Tuesday, January 11th at 4:04. And present with us live are Val Oliver, Abby Camp, myself, Ray Pohl. Oh, Stephen Welch, Carrie Thornwell, and present on Zoom is Diane Coombs. For those of you in the audience, just a couple of things. One, if you could mute your cell phone, and two, if you plan to record any portion of the meeting, let us know in advance so we don't have the feds kicking down the door over RICO statutes. Let's see, what else? Anything else? Oh, because Diane is on Zoom at the moment, we're going to do all the voting by roll call. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, all right. We have all the regular members plus one. All right. So now we're on to approving the agenda. Holly's there, yeah. Although I think Holly might be attending the double tasking right now.
Mr. Chair, I am here full for HDC.
Oh, okay. I had heard that Diane's thing is getting pushed off till she's able to attend. At FinCom, that is. Okay. Can I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
All right, Stephen, gotcha. So on that motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen, on your motion. And I'm in favor. Okay, so we have an approved agenda. Now, do we have any public comment at this time?
Ray, excuse me. It's Mickey.
Oh, it's Mickey?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mickey, you're going to talk about HSAB. I don't think we were live when we talked about this, but the comments that you guys produced will be read by a member of the board.
Perfect. That's the only reason I'm speaking right now. So
I figured, yeah, I'm sorry I didn't get back to you, but I just figured we'd have some member of the board read it, and there's certainly support for that. Okay.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks a lot, Mickey. Okay. Any other public comment?
Nope.
Okay. Commissioner comment.
Can I make a comment, please?
Wait, that's a commissioner comment. Sorry, Diane, did you say something up there?
Yeah, can I make a comment? I'm sad to say I have COVID. So I
Oh,
cannot-
no.
so
Oh, my
I-
God.
Yeah. So
Wow.
I cannot be there. And I am asking for the discussion of the citizens warrant to be put over to next week
Well,
to put over to Thursday.
Yeah, well, it already has been. It already has been. It's not on tonight's agenda anyway, so we're going to sort of do that on Thursday.
Okay,
Okay.
that would be very good. And I'm sorry. But
No, I'm
here I
so
am.
sorry you have COVID. That's awful.
Yes, it is. 3 days in the silly hospital
Oh,
and then home.
boy. Okay, hang in there. Let's see. Thank you. Were there any other commissioner comments?
Oh,
Okay. Uh,
and I think I'm going to sit off the board tonight.
You're going to sit off?
Yes. I've looked
That's
and it doesn't seem,
Probably a good idea.
but I will be here. If something comes up, I will follow along. But
Okay.
it's very hard to talk or anything else.
Yeah. Well, rest assured that Carrie told me earlier that she's going to vote the same way that you would have voted on all of the applications. Okay.
He's a good girl.
She's your proxy.
Yeah,
Okay.
Care, Diane.
Right. Yeah.
thank you.
Yes. Enjoy the show. Okay.
Thank-
Yeah, I was wondering if I could get a little clarification.
Sure.
She wants to follow the meeting, so do you want me to put her down as an alternate? So you
Yeah,
have
that's
a
probably a
record
good
that she can
idea.
come back?
Unless she says otherwise, we'll pass over her. And if she wants to sit on something, she just lets us know.
All righty, I'm
Does-
going to
does
put her
that
down as a
sound-
yeah, I'll put her down as an alternate for all of the new business.
Okay, Terry, thanks. That's probably the right way to do that.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so now here we go. I think Abby wanted to pull something from consent.
Yeah.
What would
please,
that have been?
5 Coffin Street. It's a pool that's right on Coffin Street. It's only obstructed by a thin.
Okay, sorry, that's consent with conditions. So
Okay,
let's
sorry.
get that next.
Sorry.
So is there any discussion or does anybody have any concerns about the consent agenda? And let's see. Doesn't look like anybody needs to recuse on this one.
Motion to approve consent.
Okay, that was from Stephen. Carrie?
Yeah, I need to step away.
Oh,
Carrie, we need your microphone on.
I need to step off of this.
okay.
The 11 Hedgeberry.
I think we can do it with a 4-person board then. I'm comfortable with that.
Noting Carrie is not.
Yeah, all right, so-
Approve consent.
So there we go. And I have a point of information question. If Diane is sitting off of these for the most part, can we just do a voice vote or do we need
Oh,
to
yeah,
do
I guess
roll
so.
call even if she's not actively participating?
I would say
I've
no.
seen-
I would say no. Terry, you got an opinion?
Well, if you're going to call her an alternate, I would say do a roll call.
Hey,
On the safe side,
Diane?
Mr. Chair.
That's-
Diane?
Just to be
You know what,
covered.
Terry, I want to just to streamline things
I,
by
if
making
I'm a
things more
if I'm a
complicated.
pest, then don't have me on at all. I
Well,
went
listen,
over
let's leave it at this. You're not on for the time being, then we can just do voice vote, okay? And then
Yeah.
if
We'll
you
do- okay, we'll do
express
that.
if you express interest in something, then we'll pull you in, okay?
Okay, yes.
All right. Does
All
that
right.
sound okay to you, Terry?
Yeah,
All right.
just she has to be sure to let me know if she is actually sitting on something.
Yes, we will let you know. Okay. Now let the record reflect that Mr. Dutra has just joined us. Hi, Jesse. No problem. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 people at the table. No, oh, man. Oh,
It's
okay.
only 4.
Huh?
I said it's
Yeah, I
only
know. I'm
4.
already confused. Okay, so back to this consent agenda. We're going to alternate the associates, but in this case, we have Carrie not able to sit, so Jesse can sit. And Stephen has made a motion to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor of Stephen's motion, including you, Jesse, say aye. Aye.
Yeah, I wanted to pull 5 Coffin, remember?
Yeah,
on
that's consent with conditions. We're not there yet, Abby.
Oh, we're still that.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Procedural
sorry,
shit.
sorry.
I'm sorry, I used the word
That's a
shit.
technical
I know I
term.
shouldn't do that.
Something
Sorry.
happened in-
Strike that from the record. Okay, okay, so now that motion passes. Consent with conditions. Abby wants to pull 5 Coffin, okay? So we're gonna pull 5 Coffin. Abby, you want to just,
Well, so Coffin Street in Sconset, I don't know if it's in the historic district, but it certainly must be on the border. And it's right on the street and there's just there's a hedge, I believe, but I mean, it's hard to okay pools right on a street and so I'd like
okay,
to take a look at it.
all right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
to answer Abby's question about it is in the old historic district. It's actually on the boundary. It goes right
It's
behind
in.
it. It is in. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
all right. By the way, Carrie, you'll be sitting on this one, all right? The rotation. Let's see, whoever. Esme? Oh, shoot.
Oh,
Let's see.
are we supposed to
It
be looking at
Well-
it?
well,
didn't
yeah, we're
appear to be right on the street.
Did you say did not
Did
appear?
not. It's behind a garage.
Well, depends on which street we're talking
Yeah.
about. I mean,
Still.
it's visible, or at least would have visibility X the vegetation from Coffin Street.
Right on the street.
They're proposing a
It's
fence.
Here, so, and there's nothing like blocking from view. It's-
Yeah.
Oh, but they're proposing a 4-foot solid board fence on the
Oh,
property
so
line
I would
Behind
on
kind of-
the
Coffin
hedge.
Street.
Oh,
Well,
up there, yes.
So I have further concern because there are no board
Yep.
fences on.
It's behind the hedge.
There's an existing hedge there, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Maybe the fence
I'd like
is
to get a
behind.
temperature from the board, the other board members on this one, because if it looks like it's going to be contentious, I want to hold for representation.
Just because. that is-
Okay.
Let's just jump in there and let me know whether you share Abby's concern for visibility plus fence.
I personally don't,
Mhm.
only because of it being back far enough behind the garage and there's a hedge, a board fence and another hedge.
Mhm.
But that's
Ok-
just me.
Okay, let's leave it at that for
Okay.
now. Thank you, Val. Carrie, any thoughts?
Well, I just would say extend that fence in the hedge around the corner
Onto Lindbergh?
onto Lindbergh Ave,
Mhm.
just to that parking.
Oh,
just
I see. Down
so you
to,
don't
yeah.
see it from Lindbergh either, because that's a potential view corridor.
okay.
But if it's on the inside of the hedge, it's not a big deal to have that fence.
We can add that as a further condition. By the way, there already is one condition appended to it, and it's our normal one. Stephen, thoughts?
Yeah, I think if a fence is going to be approved there, it should be conditioned upon the fact that the privet will be maintained in perpetuity.
Are we speaking by the fence or the pool or
The
both?
fence.
The fence, because it's behind the
Yeah.
privet, of course. Okay.
Yeah, that makes a big-
So it sounds like we might be able to approve this, just taking the fence and rounding the corner onto Lindbergh as far as the hedge between the parking and the yard. Yes, of course, Abby, go ahead.
So the thing is, like, the new ruling on pools in historic district, does that apply to Sconset too? That you can't have a pool in the historic district?
I
Okay,
think
I
I'm-
think it does, but this isn't in the.
this is
historic
just
district.
on the
Miss-
edge.
okay.
Mr. Chair,
It's going to be the HDC Historic District versus the zoning historic
Yeah.
district. Guarantee you. Is that is that a fact?
She's shaking her head.
Who's
Yep.
shaking?
Holly.
Mr. Chair, the
Holly.
zoning is SR 20. It's in the old historic district
know,
boundary, so therefore
problem
it's
that
not an
perennially
ROH
comes-
problem
okay.
is okay,
Like Main Street?
correct.
So all over.
Lori Lane.
One day they will be the same, but right now we have two different historic districts. And it's a zoning district that this applies to. Any other questions, comments, Abby?
No, I
Okay.
I'm not going to vote in favor of it.
Oh, I didn't figure you would. Okay, I think we can put this to a vote though, because I think that it's screened well enough. It's a pretty ample hedge, but we should append Stephen's additional caveat to the conditional approval. Which means, would you
So
like to make a
moved.
motion? All right, Stephen's motion is to append an additional condition to the Coffin Street approval, which would be that the hedge be maintained such that you don't see the fence behind it. Let's see.
And the fence will
And
be extended.
return it.
Oh, and sorry, and the fence will be extended down Lindbergh as far as the parking area. Okay, all those in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that goes 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
No,
didn't-
I
can't see
turned it on and.
Oh.
fully.
Okay,
I'm for it.
thanks. And then that leaves us with 1 remaining consent with conditions if somebody wishes.
Motion's approved.
There you go. That's Stephen's motion. Let's just stick with you for this, Carrie. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. Okay, now we are on to a view at 11 Mississippi. And somebody's going to have to remind me here.
Yeah.
The views usually have a board that accompanies them. Do we know who the sitting members were? Maybe it's on my pad here. Let's see.
Jesse it's his project. So he
Yeah,
can't
Jesse,
sit
do
on
you,
it.
are
It's on
you,
the board.
oh, there you are.
No, wasn't me. It says
It's up
Diane.
on the board. Mr. Chairman. Sorry. Oh, actually, no. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
if you look under where actually there's a line right through it, it says voting members were Welch, Coombs, Camp, Oliver, and Patton.
oh, so I'm not actually on this. You're chair and
So
Steve.
Jesse, you have a board that consists of myself, Abby, and Val. Do you want to proceed or do you want to hold it for full members? Or
I
more
think, oh,
members?
shit.
We got three, and no alternates.
1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 4. It will only be 3 members.
No, you only have.
Oh,
three
Welsh,
members.
Welch, 4 members. Yeah, that's fine.
No, because
Three
Diane's
members.
not.
Welch.
Because
oh,
Diane isn't active. She's resting with COVID.
Yeah, you missed that part.
Connie's not here and
Okay.
Diane's not active. So you have 3 members. If you want to proceed, you can. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to be aware of that.
Hmm.
I'll hold.
Okay. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
It's like playing poker around here. Jesse, I'll raise you 5. Okay, so now we're on to new business, 49 Sankaty. Is Dustin on Zoom? Anybody?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, let's go.
Mr. Chairman, step off. Let's just- I gotta
Okay.
go get my phone.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. So we're to Jesse. Can you sit on this?
Sure.
All right. Okay, Dustin, you have the mic.
Well, you guys already passed the pool location only, but you asked that I come back to show you what we were doing with the hardscape. So I'm showing you that we're doing bluestone with grass beyond. After 4 feet, it becomes grass beyond the pool. We also have a Belgian block driveway or a Belgian block apron with a shell driveway.
Okay, bluestone, stepping stones to the front door. Stepping stones. Hey, Dustin, did we approve the spa when we approved the pool? Was that part of it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I think he gave us the.
All right. Now, here's one of those cases, and Val, you might have the answer to this. Do we have Sconset comments on this one?
Mr. Chair, we do not, but staff has comments.
Oh, then go. I'm sorry.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
Holly, you're
So-
gonna have to chime in because without you sitting over there.
Not a
to
problem,
remind-
will do. So as you may remember, you all approved the pool and spa locations. And you actually approved them through staff with a condition that a hardscape plan be provided, which is what you obviously see before you. The shell in the driveway and Belgian block are an apron are an appropriate materials for Sconset. My comment would be on the large expanse of bluestone with harsh edges. I know that's a comment that's been provided from commissioners in the past, but with the location of this pool behind the house, I'm not sure that it will be seen from Sankaty Road nor on the backside. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Holly. Okay. Anybody ready to begin the discussion here?
I have a couple questions.
Yeah, go.
Okay. All right,
Feel
so,
free.
Stephen? Is it Stephen?
D- Dustin.
Dustin.
Yes.
Hi, so on the plan, I only have this really simple plan. It doesn't, proposed pool. I saw the hardscape on just recently and now I don't see it. Does anybody else see the?
Well,
Where's
let me
the
just
blue-
say that the image
It's
looks like it
very
was
light.
scanned.
Very
It's
light.
really super light. You
Oh,
see
I
the
thought-
verbiage really clearly, but
I
you don't see
thought I
the line.
saw a picture
Like,
of
do
it.
you see that?
Yeah, that's what I have.
But see if there's like these gray tones that show the
Yeah,
extent of it.
yeah. Okay, so when I was looking at it at home, I was more concerned about the fencing. Could you explain the fencing that's around the property?
Yeah, so that was already there when I kind of took over this project. That's chicken wire fencing that's inside of privet.
Okay,
So they planted privet on both sides, staggering it.
okay. All right, thanks for clarifying that. I just wanted to clarify that. And I do think that the bluestone is extensive, but it's behind the house, so I don't think we're going to see it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are those your comments?
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks.
I think it all looks okay. I mean, if the pool's gonna be invisible, the fencing, the privet. I would have tucked the spa
Mhm.
in though. I think the spa is sticking out and that's kind of
Yeah, that was
not the
my,
best.
But there's a
Um,
board and lattice fence. across.
Yeah, so
there's a board and lattice fence off the main house, right?
Just right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, so
yeah, that's
Carrie,
all I've got. It's not, it's,
does that mean that the concern is still there or?
yeah, but it's already been approved that way. So, but the patio.
Oh,
is
yeah,
not-
well, of course.
And I
yes,
don't mind the
right.
little stepping stones and I think it's fine.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Oh, not Stephen. Val.
I'm fine with this for the reasons cited. It's not gonna be seen.
Why is one not 1, 2, 3, 4? Jesse. Were you sitting here or did you leave?
I don't think you realize Stephen left.
I haven't left today.
Yeah, okay.
But
So
are you sitting on
you've
this?
participated. I'm sorry, because Stephen left. Yeah, you're on this.
Oh,
Chair,
okay. I have-
Yeah, no, the chair is,
Pizza's coming.
he's.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with it. That's just what
Okay, Jesse, go.
I'm good. Thank you.
You're good. Okay, I'll be good too. All right, so I think we can move this.
Motion to approve is submitted.
There we go. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. To the pizza thing, Tammy's out this week. So is there any way we
Who did you
can?
get to cover?
Oh, boy.
Tammy's out.
Tammy is the one who places the order. I wonder if, can somebody put in a call to Sophie Tees and see whether we're on?
Have her text you the account info and I'll order it online.
She's like,
Oh, she's.
oh,
gone.
she's
Yeah, she's-
gone to the
Can you sign up
someplace.
before you
Some
go?
island.
It looks like candy for
Oh, I
dinner.
thought she was sick.
No.
Thanks, everyone.
Hey, yeah, thanks, Dustin. Bye.
On the way.
No, you
Except
got
for
it.
the
You
dart.
get like
I'll have a dart for dessert later.
Okay. That goes down to Carrie.
No, we're on, or somebody orders. Stephen, can't you order? it?
No. I mean, she may have done it. I'm not sure. Stephen, you got to chair this one. This is me.
Okay, well, I'm ready to go because I'm eating chocolate.
We're gonna keep that out.
All right, what-
That's why I brought it.
Okay.
down there.
All right, we'll just keep it in the middle.
Oh, you guys.
No, we're good.
It's been a long time. I'm out of practice.
all right, let's rein it in, bro.
What's he doing?
Would you like to begin?
Yeah.
It's new.
So this is, there's an existing building here that we're planning to raise up to get a second floor onto. It's basically between, it's looking at this image, that's a photoshopped image. Right behind the telephone pole is our proposed building, right there. The garage on the right-hand side is existing, that's part of the property, and then the gambrel to the left, I believe might be Luke and Carrie's project. Is that right, Carrie?
Yep, Luke did that.
Yeah. So there it is.
Okay. Questions?
So you're
Holly?
just raising it. It says there's some fenestration.
Yeah, no,
changes,
it's
but-
not like we're just raising the roof. We're obviously adding dormers and stuff. Hopefully this package includes the existing drawings versus the, yeah. there you can get a much
It's
better
going from a
sense.
story and a half to a 2.5.
Correct,
I see, and raised.
correct.
Okay. Any other questions? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this structure is a circa 2005 from what I saw. It's obviously would have to comply with resilient Nantucket. We would need an elevation certificate. And I would also recommend per our resilient Nantucket design guidelines, a streetscape. This is to elevate, looks like 3 feet from the existing elevation and provide revised massing and fenestration. Per resilient Nantucket, I already mentioned that, sorry. Obviously, this is a non-contributing structure. The proposal really changes the scale of this structure, even though it is non-contributing. The streetscape should include the other structures on the lot, which was obviously, which was previously approved for the elevation, I believe, next door, I think Gambrel Garage. And due to this proposed elevation, the scale and the massing changes may need to be rethought. And I do know HSAG has some comments, and I will leave that over to Mickey. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mickey didn't stay.
I can read them.
Hold,
But
hey, you
how-
guys, hey, stop, please. Let's keep it going through the chair because we start to go off that and then we wonder why we don't have time to deal with more important things. I think that the applicant should have to read the advisory group's comments.
I'd be happy to do that.
Because
This
we're not really, I mean, this is just my personal thought on this, but
We already talked.
we're reading, I missed the discussion, so I won't get into it.
I'll just read it.
You
Did I
mean
miss
about
it?
who reads the advisory comments? Well, what I was going to suggest that it would be somebody who's not sitting.
Perfect.
I don't
Oh,
really
We all
care.
have to sit, so.
So you can't?
No, so Adrian, hello.
No,
No,
it's
they're
not
doing
supposed
it.
to be.
It's fine. Go
staff.
ahead and
Oh,
read it, Carrie. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I don't-
I
Give
don't
it to
wanna-
me.
I'll just read it. What's the
Val,
big
you
deal?
please,
What's the big deal?
please.
If we just need to read this.
A
so
little
everyone
decorum
knows
goes
it.
a long way.
Um,
The big deal is that
Mr. Chair,
if the staff are not reading, we as a elected member are reading public comments
no,
into
well,
the record.
but these are all read by us
Ah,
anyways.
I
already.
understand that. That's not, there's a
Okay,
potential
Ray reads it.
legal issue
Ray
that I'm
reads it.
trying to sidestep. That's all.
So
Okay, thank you. Val,
So staff cannot read them anymore?
no.
so if staff are not reading them, I would feel more comfortable understanding that thoroughly before, as chair, saying, yeah, sure, an elected member can read them. That's all. It's a simple thing.
I didn't
So
know that.
my only thought about this, and this came of as of this afternoon.
Yeah.
Was that it probably shouldn't be a sitting member.
Yeah.
But it could be an associate member who is off,
But my only concern, not Mr. Chair, and this one.
not Mr.
Is
Chair.
the concept that if they're an alternate, then it's just a potentially convoluted thing. Maybe we'll find out that there's absolutely no issue. It's a procedural matter, and Thursday, hopefully, we're going to be steering towards eliminating this whole issue with the advisory groups.
That would be nice.
So,
Okay, but in this particular case, I'll read them. So 41 Hulbert Ave. This creates a building over 36 feet tall, which will really stand out from between the two gambrels of modest height on either side, obviously. It would be preferred to lower the ridge several feet. The main mass of this house currently faces the harbor, as is typical of many houses on Hulbert Avenue. The proposed plan raises the rear wing on the street side several feet above the main mass, creating a backward hierarchy of massing. It also creates a very awkward connection between the two competing masses. It might make more sense to raise the water side main mass a little instead, keeping the rear wing lower. Those are the comments.
thank you. Holly, I'm sorry, did you speak on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Get a little. Who would like to begin?
Well, just to be clear, the front of the house is now, which,
The street side is south
and is that
and
where
the
the,
harbor side is north. And HSAG is talking about the north, the harbor side
is north,
being the
okay.
main mass.
I kind of agree with HSAB on this, that the, you know, I'd rather, I would do it the other way around because it's the massing telescopes back. But this, I mean, the massing right now is right on the water that is existing. So I would do it the other way around too, if I were to do it at all. I think right now it's overwhelming the main mass. So, thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
You're up.
I also agree with HSAB. I think the street side as it sits now is a lot simpler. And this is getting quite complicated. And for me, it's the dormers on the third floor that are bringing me higher and higher. It's not so much the ridge somehow. But I also think the roof walk should stay on the water side, even though that is the smaller mass in this case. I think reducing the third floor height and dormers would help. And because the roof walk to me doesn't make sense anymore. It's on the inside rather than the outside. There was something else. Yeah, I have no issue with the fenestration changes. I think that's in keeping with down there. It's really about the roof and dormers and roof walk on that added mass now. If it didn't have the dormers and roof walk, it would read much simpler as it does now, even though it's taller.
Thank you, Carrie. Jesse?
Part of the reason why it's so tall is because they looked at the building that meet federal.
Mr. Chair, we can't hear
I
Jesse.
think you need to turn on.
Sorry. So part of the reason why it's so tall is because we have to lift it to meet the federal guidelines. They're adding a second floor, yeah. And it is tall. I don't mind the north elevation. Or even the well, the south elevation is a little bit more little harder to accept, but honestly, it's the side elevations, the west and the east, where it feels like you really see the jump up on this third floor. I don't know much to do here other than maybe hawking back to the existing building and using a shed dormer. I'm sorry, a shed dormer to so you don't have those two little peaks sticking up like that. And what is the foundation?
I'm going to guess here. I think it's probably Parge concrete.
Well, depending how it's landscaped, that might be better to be a vertical board as well. And then I'm not sure if you could get that water table line underneath the shingle line, that might make the foundation less tall. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Jesse. I think if you were able to,
I think Val goes. Right.
oh, I'm sorry, Val, go ahead.
I agree with a lot of what's been said. I think the mass that's popping up needs to come down at least even slightly from the back wing. I like Jesse's idea of the shed dormers perhaps, because it will feel more like the house that was there and just going up, leaving the roof walk on the mass that it's on now. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Phil. I think if you were to get rid of the double fascia and bury the window header into the top plate, you get 6 inches, and try to scale the dormers down slightly. And I would like to see it, I'd like to see what it looks like without the skirt, unless that room it's being used programmatically. The skirt is actually being used to hide a wall. But other than that, I mean, yeah, try and bring it down a little bit. Most of the height, I think, is in the FEMA aspect. It certainly, there's, clearly no question that it's taller proportionately and different than the existing structure. And I believe there were at least a couple of comments with respect to changing the orientation might be problematic. Is there a motion?
Yeah, motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, on Abby's motion, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Thanks, folks.
Shouldn't need a code.
Okay, let's see.
Are we doing Broadway?
Oh, I see.
Now,
Oh,
Matt, it's you, right? 7 Union? Want to come on up?
3 feet above the roof, 2 feet above anything within 10.
Okay, so Val's leaving for a little while, so we're gonna do that.
This is Broadway.
So you got the 5 of us,
That's great.
okay?
Very
Isn't that great?
I mean,
All right. Let's see. 7 Union. Why don't you go ahead, Matt?
okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application to reshingle the east
Yes.
and south elevation shingles, but then also replace windows. I think actually on our application, we wrote the word repair, and that was an error. This is an application to replace the windows. We've submitted the window survey, photographs of the exterior of all the windows and then the interior of all the windows. I've indicated on the elevations, which are we just use photographs because there was no existing condition drawings available for this. Which windows we believe are older that are not replacement windows. And we've put asterisks next to those on the associated photographs. We've labeled the windows with a labeling system, which is like east, west, north, south, and then per floor. So it's, first floor, east elevation, window 1, and going from left to right. So the condition of the windows is poor. They don't operate very well. They are older, and but this is an inn, pretty popular inn, and just maintaining a thermal, barrier is becoming more and more of an issue. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
The asterisks, you said the ones in the photo survey, the
Mhm.
asterisks are being replaced or
Replaced.
repaired?
We want them replaced.
Oh.
I apologize for the confusion.
And,
No
and
worries.
that's
Are there any
all of them,
repaired?
right?
It looks like
That's all of them on the east elevation and all of them on the south.
They look so good.
Yeah, AKA the front.
Correct.
Like, so the front, you're looking to replace all of them.
And they would be, through you, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
they would be replaced like kind. So we would go the single pane, same profile, same everything.
Just not to put too fine a point on it, but are we talking about replacing the sash or replacing the entire window,
It would be the window.
the whole window?
Yeah, the jam and everything,
Okay.
because they just don't operate.
You can hold that just for a second because I'm sure we have Holly out there. Holly,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so this is, a pre-1800s structure. I know it's been in for quite a long time. Do appreciate the clarification in the application. It was very confusing. As you know, like kind replacements of windows and doors within the OHD require the commission review. So I do appreciate the window survey. I will say though, but that, looking at the photos and then looking at the notations of windows are drafty, it doesn't necessarily seem to be a good reason for replacement of plank frame historic windows. And there was some confusion, so I appreciate the clarification, Matt, on repair versus replace, because one spot said they were going to be repaired, next place to replace. Obviously, I would be remiss if I didn't say I would recommend to be repaired versus replaced. Again, look at the vintage of these windows. The photos don't really show much from a rot perspective. And obviously windows drafty as me because they need to be maintained. So those are my comments. Thank you.
okay, Holly, thanks a bunch. Now, I think we're probably going to run into that nettlesome issue and we're all sitting right now. Can you just glance over there and see if there's any comments on this?
I could read them too, if that's helpful, Mr. Chair.
Are you aware that they exist?
I don't know if
probably
they exist
are.
or not, but if they do, I'm happy to read them.
7 Union.
What's 7 Union?
Yeah.
Yeah, before replacing any windows, a survey should be. Okay.
I mean, officially, let's have Matt read it, just for now.
You're gonna go to jail.
I know.
Yeah, let's joke about
Let's-
earnest responsibility.
Well,
So this is a great idea and I think that they should do it. That was a fabrication.
I
Sorry.
know.
7 Union Street. Before replacing any windows, a survey should be done to assess the condition. Point 2, restoring the windows rather than replacing would be preferred.
Right. Thanks, Matt. Okay. Now, let's see. Abby, you had something to say. I think you
Yeah,
had a
I-
question, maybe?
Yeah, because what the photographs you're showing us show the photographs of the windows look in really good shape. So I mean, usually we see somebody's, got a rotten, something or other, but these look in great shape.
If I could, Mr. Chair, just the photographs are taken from like 2 or 3 feet away, and this is an inn, and the interior of the inn is really beautiful. So they've done the absolute best job they can, spackling them together to making them look as presentable as possible. But this is a really beautiful inn. So the interior they've tried to make these look as nice as possible, but the muntins they're just in terrible shape. The jams are in bad shape, and I think that they've held off on trying to replace these for as long as possible. But the reality is that these windows they're terrible. They don't work, and they are very drafty. I understand the historic component, but I also would say that I'm sympathetic to the owners because they've tried to kind of fix these over the years and they've done the best they can with them, but they've just failed in my opinion. And we would replace them with windows that are single pane, historic profile, same exact light configuration, everything. So.
Okay. Thanks, Matt. Anything else, Abby?
Well, it's just that you're also, if these are original, some of these must be original, you're also getting rid of the old glass, which adds to the whole historic value of the window. So
Keep the windows on, if somebody wants them.
All right.
Look at that. We got a
Was
taker.
that it, Abby?
We have a
Yeah.
taker.
Hang on, Matt.
I
Who's
have-
next?
I have those at home.
It's up to me.
Yeah, you're Sharon, man.
Okay. I choose you.
Do we have a complete window survey?
There's an inventory here.
You should.
But The survey, I think, is a little more, just a little more involved. I just would feel more comfortable with additional information, closer pictures, maybe a couple little videos showing us what's going on. If they're not working, as a general matter, if they're in good and serviceable condition, then I think with respect to carbon sequestration and all the rest of it, we want to keep them. And the historic integrity of the architectural elements is important, and once we remove them, that's kind of gone. I would like to have a better idea of approximation of the age. Are all the windows, and if not all the windows, which windows are original, and what does original mean? I think the application obviously needs to be cleaned up to indicate replace, and yeah, I think it warrants a little bit more information.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Carrie.
Yeah, I have nothing to add. I think Stephen said it all.
All right.
A lot of windows.
Thank you, Jesse.
I agree with what the board has to say at the moment.
Yeah, I guess, thanks, Jesse. My concern beyond the sash is like, I'm looking at these really fantastic plank frames, which it sounds like maybe the whole bit's going, so all of that, including the plank frame, would be new. So that's a tough one to just approve.
There's a little variety in these windows.
There is,
yeah. And that, that really says historic building, and
Mhm.
I mean-
all new everything, and that goes away.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we would retain all the original sizes, light configuration, and frames, and we may be able to reuse the frames themselves. But and Stephen, we did indicate which windows we thought were of some historic, age, if you will, and then we just identified those with an asterisk. I can't actually specifically date, but they do look like they're older, and some of the glass is wavy.
Okay, I didn't see the note at the end of the table, so I'd take it at face value.
All right. It looks like we need to have a little bit more information on these guys before we authorize anything.
Could I ask a quick question, Mr. Chair? So
Yes.
just maybe some additional like zoomed in like photos of the interior condition of the windows. I'm just trying to think what else beyond, obviously we'll update the application just to say replace instead of repair, but so additional photographs.
I have a further thought on this. I'd actually like this to get a little bit more granular. So, these windows are probably the very thin ones, Brosco sash, single glaze sash are probably what, 1.5 inches, 1.75 inches thick.
Mhm.
And these are going to be less than that. The plank frame detail, all that, it would be nice to see a detail of the way the windows are currently so that we can match them as closely as possible if we choose to go down that particular path.
Okay.
Know what we're getting.
That makes
So
sense.
I'd be interested in seeing some details of the existing windows that we can replicate.
Okay.
Do we want to move this, guys?
Matt, where is excuse me, Mr. Chair.
No,
for
please,
just
go
a
ahead.
question. Where is the asterisk note? I don't see it. I
It's
see,
just in the photographs that are up on screen.
Right, but where does it indicate what that denotes?
I'm told, I just said it.
Okay,
That-
I just don't see
It's
anything in
replacing
there.
it,
And
yeah.
not to be argumentative, I'd like to kind of pin down more some ages on things. And the
Yeah.
ones that don't look original, are they? What's the mechanism for opening? Are they, is it an aluminum track? Is there a plastic track?
Yes.
I just think this is a significant enough number of windows and a significant enough structure that we should detail a little bit more in addition to actual some architectural detailing with drawings.
We can definitely provide a detail of the windows and the variation of the windows. And like I said, the ones that do not have the asterisk will have like aluminum tracks or vinyl tracks. So clearly that they were replacements. So I just wanted to identify the ones that I would anticipate being, older or of some, value historically. But we can clarify that as well.
Yeah, in the schedule.
Sure.
Yeah,
Mm.
I'd feel more comfortable given that this, no
Sure.
side swipes intended, but it came in under repair,
Yeah.
double underlined, and it's actually replaced. So I feel better if we knew that somebody went through and each of these was documented, not just asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. No
Sure.
numbers.
Yeah.
What's
Okay.
up with the west and north? There are no windows.
They're not planning to replace those. No, they're not in as terrible condition as these two are. And I wonder if it has to do with the exposure.
Interesting. Okay. We ready to move it?
Motion hold for more information.
Okay, sounds good. All in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Very good. Thank you,
Thank you.
Matthew. Next up, Val Oliver. Obviously the same board.
Did Matt abscond with,
Oh, the minutes?
from the advisory group?
Did he? Matt, did you take our advisory stuff?
The minutes? I mean, the notes?
I think he gave it back.
Okay, thank you.
Adrian.
Just checking. I find you might have called off.
Okay, how come I'm not getting on my little thing here?
The 17 Broadway? Is that what? Are you doing 17 Broadway?
Yeah, yeah. Are you ready?
Oh, okay. All right, sorry. Yeah, thanks.
This is a project that's been going on for a while.
Mhm.
Last year, I think it was, we came in with a bunch of as-built storage units.
Yep.
That had everybody up in arms. Since then, we've removed the shower and one of the larger, taller units. And you guys blessed two that were emulating what was there from the original permit that showed as blue items on the first page. We're asking now, we're coming back for the third, go up a little bit, whoever's working that. Right there, right there. Next to the grill, the low storage bin that's there, next to the grill. That's what we're asking for. And I was originally applying for a folding panel to be in front of the shower, but we're eliminating that and just leaving the shower apparatus like it is. And the grill moves and the storage units move. So this is I gave a bunch of examples, if you can scroll through them. Everybody in this area out in Sconset puts bins in their area ways. This is actually on his property. It's not in the street, which was an initial question.
Mhm.
It seems to be sort of the way they do things out there because they don't have basements and attics and all that. So it comes down to just this one low bin we'd like to keep. And again, they're removable. Storage, you blessed the first two. This is the last one we're asking for.
But didn't you ask for all this before when it came to? the
Yeah,
attention
and there
of
was a whole
agency when
bunch
they were all
more.
freaking out?
And we eliminated some. We took them out.
Okay, I thought what's there now is what was the original
Here-
problem.
See this photo with the big red X?
Yes.
So there was an enclosed shower. There was another tall one,
Yep,
so those two things are gone
see.
now.
yep.
Yeah.
And now it's weathered in, and I think that helps
Mm,
hugely.
mhm.
Can I get a clarification?
Sure.
So you're asking for one more bin that is,
Next to the grill.
The low one under the
Under
big
the window.
windows.
She's asking just to keep that.
so you're not asking to add, you're asking to keep?
Yes.
Okay, I just.
Yeah.
Keep and add.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
There
there.
would be 3.
Correct.
There's
Right.
3 in the drawing. Are they going to change?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, now we should see. Holly, got anything on this one?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Val, for the clarification. So I think it's important to just know the context. 17 Broadway, no Nantum, circa 1791. Mr. Folger, also HDC survey on file. Obviously is a very prominent spot within our historic district of Sconset. The as-built survey is very telling. So thank you for providing that with no encroachment into the way. Obviously, the HTC's purview is only on the property and nothing outside. That's select board. The appropriateness of maintaining the aesthetic obviously is very important function of the HTC. So I just want to notate that this is an as-built, wanting to retain all 3. You already got approval for the 2. I did, and you all should have received copies, but because this was, I know that Val had this sitting here for a while. In December, I did receive comment from SAG, and they basically just want to reiterate that back in December of 2021, when you all reviewed these, you all wanted them removed. So they are wanting to basically emphasize that that was your comment on it originally. But I would just wanted to echo the fact that the survey is very compelling, not encroaching with they're staying within their limits of their property. But again, it is an as-built. So those are the comments for your consideration. Oh, and I just want to mention that we did also receive, I think it's in the file, and as May can clarify, but there was a email or a letter, excuse me, from abutters at 13 Front Street in December of this year, from Mr. Peter Grua and Mary O'Connell. Apologize if I've butchered your name, where they were concerned on that. I don't know if you want me to read that into the record or not, Mr. Chair, but we do have those comments as well.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Let's see. I think I'll put it to the board now.
Can I make
Oh,
a
wait a
comment?
second. Did I just hear somebody?
Yes, can we comment?
Yeah, this is Carter and Helen Strong in 18 Broadway, directly across
Okay.
the street. In addition to the Gruas, I submitted a letter. And it was addressed to all the board members, and I had just assumed, perhaps naively, that you all received a copy.
We did.
Okay, excellent, because the immediate previous speaker just mentioned the Grua letter and not our letter. This is a moving target that the board already said, let's just go back to what was there before. Now they're saying, oh, please reconsider. I'm not sure what the reasons are, but Val made reference to the shower apparatus remaining there. I'm just confused. Is the shower head and the plumbing going to be removed?
No, I think a photograph that we have that you might not have shows at the moment 3 storage units, the third one of which is under discussion right now. And then there's an outdoor shower, but with no enclosure. In other words, there's a shower head and there's a shower, but it doesn't have an enclosure around it.
Oh, okay. Perhaps naively, when I saw the handwritten note on the most recent missive from the owners, it says no shower, moved inside porch area. But now I understand, contrary to what that would reasonably be interpreted, that the shower will remain, or
Yeah.
The shower plumbing apparently will remain.
That it says no shower moved inside porch.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it took so long for us to get back in front of you after discussion with Rick and his
Yes.
wife. They would like to keep the apparatus if they can and forego the panel that they were asking for
Will
and don't want to move it inside.
Oh, so there will not be a shower on the porch or inside the porch.
No.
Oh,
It'll be
oh, okay.
outside as is shown in the photograph.
Okay, okay. And the grill, I take it implicit in this effort that there's no permission needed for the grill to be there.
No,
Okay, okay.
that's completely outside of our purview. Yeah.
Okay, no, I'm not. Okay, as a neighbor across the street, we would just suggest you go back to your initial determination and that the storage areas be confined to what it was before they made these changes. Apparently, I don't have a premise to comment on the exterior shower. Is what I'm learning from this meeting.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. It's an interesting question because I don't recall ever approving like a shower head on the outside of the
Shower
building. X
valves.
the enclosure, but
Is that part of the application?
No. If you read the application, as I said, it
well,
says,
no, we get the picture. Like the application
okay,
says that
okay.
they're going to move it in, but
Yeah.
they're saying that they don't want to do that now. I would like to turn this over to the board, however.
Could I just say
Thank you
one
for your
thing?
comments, sir.
Could I just say one thing? This is Helen Strong, Carter's wife. And I think this is setting a bad precedent in the village because everyone's going to want to put up showers and grills on the side of their homes now. And there've been things in the past where it's not been approved even on areas that were owned totally way back from the common way, from the public way. And I just think, if you allow this, people are going to say, oh, let's all put a grill. And it's not just on their property, but the.
Ma'am, excuse me,
Yeah.
sorry. What we're talking about right now is the third storage unit. The grill, as I said a few minutes ago, is completely 100% unarguably outside of our purview, outside. Now, it might be argued that we have jurisdiction over a shower head on the outside, but then does that mean that we also control where hose bibs go? Does that mean that we control what kind of lighting you put on at the outside of your house? We can't be reviewing every single minute exterior feature on a building. We just don't have the time. We don't actually have time to do what we're doing right now. So thank you for your comments. And I would like to
Right.
turn it over to the board. Thank you.
I'll go,
Thanks, Carrie.
because I do remember this when we were looking at it originally, and I do think we should hold to the original approval. I
Okay.
think you can come back and ask over and over and over again, and it just seems there was already a designation on this one. It should stick.
A verdict. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Carrie. Jesse.
I have to say, the shower, which I know is questionable, but it is more than just a shower head. It bothers me more than the bin.
Okay. All
I
right.
think the shower was part of the original approval.
Well, the original approval, to be
Was for 2
clear,
bins.
was for 2 bins, but it also said removal of the shower.
Yeah,
So
because
it
the
could be
shower was-
argued that the shower plumbing was going along to that gentleman's point of a little earlier.
I think it was just the structure.
Yeah. So let's keep going. Jesse.
So I'm okay with the bin, and I I hate
Oh,
being-
you are okay with the third bin. You're
Yeah.
not okay with the outdoor shower. Did
Yeah.
I hear that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Stephen.
I think the exterior shower is so egregious as to require comment. It is an architectural element that stands out and is inappropriate. If the original approval indicated that the shower would be removed, I would presume that it meant the entirety of the shower and the apparatus. The grill obviously is a temporary item we don't comment on. My comment on the shower does not indicate that I condone that we review showers on a regular basis or hose bibs for that matter. I think that these bins, to me, they look like someone had some furniture boxes and they moved them outside and they set them next to the house. In the images of examples in the neighborhood, it's typically one bin or it's a one bin in some other type of an enclosure. but they're separated by landscape materials. These are the way that they're positioned, I think actually draws attention to them in a negative way. And I would not approve a third bin unless it was shown separated from the other two somewhat separated. There's this beautiful rose climbing up the side of the building that could be utilized in part, a plant material could be utilized on the taller of the bins with some separation between them and some supplemental plant materials in order for this, in my mind, to have a hope of being approved. And I realize this isn't Dale's design, she's representing it.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, Abby, to you.
Yeah, I'm a two bin gal and no shower on the outside of the house. I think they're just it's almost like they're trying to extend the house, making it a little bit wider, but yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. So, it is funny because I don't want to go down the road of approving outdoor showers that don't have an enclosure. But this is a very conspicuous element on a very narrow thoroughfare. So I, have objections to its high visibility. And yeah, I agree with basically what's been said, particularly the idea of either eliminating the third bin or separating it off from the other two. Those are my comments.
Can I comment again?
Yeah, you can, just
Um,
briefly.
And I think Rick is trying to get on. the
Yep.
Owner.
Yep.
Can you see if he's
Oh, get on.
get on the Zoom?
Oh, I thought you meant get on with the project.
No.
No, I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Hi.
Yeah, go
Hi,
ahead.
Rick.
Okay.
Uh,
How are you?
Good,
Good.
thanks.
So do you want me to comment now or wait or?
Well, this is the end. We're about ready to make a motion.
Okay.
Have you been following along with the discussion?
I haven't. I just got on now. Actually, it was,
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
but I heard
So
a
Val-
few of the comments at the end there. So, but
Basically, you're not getting a lot of support, not only for the third bin, but for the outdoor shower plumbing, which we all understood was to go inside of the porch as opposed to being exposed on the outside.
yeah. So just to kind of give you all a little bit of history.
Well, don't give us too much history,
won't.
okay? We've got a long agenda.
I'm sorry. Yeah. But we never put on the plans to have a shower outside. It was always on the inside of the shed that we've got on the porch. And so that was a mistake by our builder. And we did have on the original plans 4 bins.
Oh.
Val told us not to build the other 2, that 2 were HDC approved, 2 were not. The builder went ahead and built all 4 in the shower. We told him
Okay.
to stop. He was almost
Okay.
done.
You want to know something? Listen, we don't necessarily need to hear the history.
Okay.
Bottom line is not a lot of support for the shower as located
Yeah,
on the outside,
we-
and not a lot of support for the third bin. So what we're
Okay.
going to do is we're going to move for some revisions. And I think that you should discuss it with Val, and she heard the whole discussion,
Okay.
and she'll be able to bring you up to speed. Okay.
Okay. And we're not asking for a shower outside. We never.
Well,
did
you
it.
actually have one, so that could be
We
part of
do.
your
We
revision.
do.
Okay.
And we're, okay.
Okay. Very good.
I'll make a motion for revisions, including removal of the shower.
Thank you. Or movement of it to where it's not visible. Thank you. Okay, that's Stephen's motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed?
I didn't
Okay,
get to
very
say
good.
what I
Thanks,
wanted
Val. All right, so now we're to 7 Starbuck. Is Todd here?
Against the building.
Todd, are you around? Has anybody looked at this? A color change on Starbuck, or is
We had
it,
a question to staff, I believe, on this last time,
what's that?
was to
Which building it
confirm
was.
which building
Ah,
he's trying to match the color and whether it's an appropriate color.
Oh.
Holly, do you?
Holly, you got anything on this?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yes, Stephen is correct. I if you look at the application, it's not clear as to which structure it is. There's 3 on the lot. 2 of them are historic. The historic candle house that was built by Joseph Starbuck as a spermaceti candle factory. A shed / garage that's historic, and then a new structure that you all approved to be built. The application does not clarify which structure, as well as my question would also be, are the other structures already Quaker gray? If not, they need to be, like, there needs to be some clarification on this application.
Okay, I'm gonna make a request that, just for clarification, that staff reach out to the applicant's agent with those very questions, and that this be held until we have an answer.
Great. And I would go further to say that if everything looks copacetic, it could be a consent item.
Thank you. I agree.
All right, so that's Stephen's motion. All those in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Yeah, by the way, that was, let's say that was Jesse that voted on that because Val was back in. Now, I'm sitting off of this one. I'm recusing from this one because Sarah and I work together. So I can actually read comments.
I'll be right with you, Sarah.
Wait, so that was.
FYI, Mickey Rowland is on Zoom.
Oh, are there comments? Yeah, I've read those. Pardon me? Whoa.
I don't see it on this list.
Yeah, I don't see it on our list.
Maybe we just have to look on the
Sarah
screen.
could read them because they're.
Oh, this was
they're
email. Was this
actually
email
very
to us
benign.
today?
No, Mr. Chairman, there was a confusion. I forgot to add it to the view pack.
Okay, okay.
So confusion on my part. I do apologize.
Okay, so just in staging this, there are
Oh.
the advisory group. Are there advisory group comments as it's a historic structure or not? Do we know?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
if it's okay, I don't know if Sarah's there to talk about the application, but this originally was placed on consent. I asked for it to be taken off. I had some questions, and I'm glad I did. My understanding from Sarah, the owner, that there were some changes that were shown on the plans that weren't 100% what was being asked for. I can tell you advisory had no concern on the proposal. For the record, you all probably remember that 6 Gull Island, you all approved a historic determination. This is the Hannah Gardner house, circa 1800, typical Nantucket, and Sarah's been doing an extraordinary job bringing it back to life. Obviously, this is within the Wesco Place area of our old historic district. A location that a lot of structures were, and a lot of people lived in this area before they went from Sherburne to the Great Harbor. With the clarifications that Sarah has provided, I have no concerns. Essentially, I would respectfully request the commission to approve the changes through staff with the changes that need to be reflected on the plans, specifically the front elevation, which I believe was the window configuration was not actually shown as requested. So no other comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Just out of curiosity, when did the modifications get resolved?
So I pulled it off the agenda, I don't even know, maybe 2 weeks ago. Sarah came in the office on Friday. I received the information on Friday, but I was actually out. I left early. So, yeah.
No, so it was recent. Like
It was recent, yes, Mr. Chair. Yes,
Thank
not
you.
within the time frame. Yep.
Just looking at the operational aspect. Okay, so I think this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna hear, we've opened it, so we're gonna hear the comments from the citizens advisory, because this is kind of the public portion. And then we're gonna see if anyone has any questions, and then we'll move it from there. So Sarah, would you go ahead and read those comments?
It says no concerns.
There you go. And questions? I know, I'm just trying to get it in the record so that there's no.
Can you scroll so we can see what's happening?
Yeah, to the drive. There you go. It's Sarah, it is the ballooned windows that
Yep.
are, okay.
I'm happy to walk through. There's
Yeah, why
only
don't
a
we just,
handful.
it's gonna be simpler than
Yep.
reading minds.
So originally on the north elevation, front of the house, it was two 12/12 windows. I had requested 3 6/9 windows. I want to reverse that to 9/6. However, they were still drawn as 6/9. Effectively, I want all of the windows consistent in the house. If they're going to be a 9/6, then they would all be 9/6 versus half be 6/9 and the other half be the reverse of that. So when she said that it was drawn in incorrectly, it literally is the center meeting rail that would move down. The location of the windows would stay the same. They're the same 3 windows. It's just that they would be 9 light over 6 light, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And then down below on the, is that the west elevation?
West, yep.
So the 3rd floor, that is actually the original window, which was a 9/9. I had requested a larger 12/12, thinking that I needed that for egress. I've now since been told, yeah, actually, it's probably easier to go back to the ones we were just at. Anyway, so you approved a 12/12. I would like to go back to the original 9/9, which is existing, and I do have the existing window for that location, which is original to the house. Then moving over to the rear addition on the 1st floor, originally you had approved 4 of those 6/9. Now I'd like them to be 9/6. I've separated them, so there's some space in between. They're plank frame windows, so they cannot be ganged. So that was my rationale for moving, having a separation apart. Because of the ability to have a 9/9 egress window, I was now able to have the 9/9s on the 2nd floor instead of having the larger 12/12s. I liked the layout better in terms of just the visual aspect of it. I shifted the porch stair into the center of the porch from being over on the side. Other than that, everything else stays the same. Next one. Let's see. So the dormer, the original dormer, it was added to the house in 1847. We saw that scrawled on the wall. There is on the original plan, it was actually incorrectly drawn. It was drawn in higher, closer to the ridge than actual existing. It's 4 feet down from the ridge. It sits on the purlin that was always there. I was asking for the rear to actually go closer to the rear plate so that it still sits off the rear plate by 2 feet. It gets moved probably about 1.5 feet. It will still stay offset from the side, the gable end, and actually falls inside of that. So there's about a 6-inch reveal of roofing along the cheek of that dormer. The windows are existing. They stay. They don't change at all. Let's see, the center window that I'm now requesting be a 9/9. We were taking a sort of transom window that we had found in the kitchen and putting it up there because we didn't think that we could get a 9 light above the ridge of the scullery. We can, and so I basically like the look of that, and the window that I was putting in there was not existing in that location. And then moving to the bottom, it's just taking again those 9/6 windows on the 1st floor and then lining them up with the 9/9 on the 2nd floor and eliminating, or not eliminating, I guess eliminating one of the windows on the 1st floor because again, they're plank frame and so they can't be ganged, and then lining up the 2nd floor above the windows down below. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any material concerns? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, what's next?
To Fair City LLC.
115 Old South Road. Let's see, do we have representation? Hey, Tom. Before you get queued up for staff, can you, which is the packet we want to look at first in sequence? In the view pack, what's the label? There's 3 files.
Like E, F, or new building.
The new building is the one on the street that's already approved.
So why are we
Is
looking
it
at?
So E or F.
lot E or F? Which one is that?
The 2 in the back.
I guess it doesn't really make a difference. They're not labeled, but they are labeled new building. So I wanted to make sure we had a clarification. Okay, so we're going to look at lot E because it comes before F in alphabet. Unless you'd like to go the other way.
No,
All right.
whatever.
So why don't we pull up E, the elevations, please. And then Tom, why don't you go ahead and start? What's going to happen is you're going to talk, keep to a couple minutes. If we've got questions, we'll ask them. We'll ask for public comment, and then we'll make comments with no public comment.
Okay. Do you want me to shoot?
Yeah, go for it.
So the original plans we set in was like one straight singular building, like it's just a big old building. That's approved. That's this one here. So you guys were saying, you know, you didn't know about the exposure, about the metal side clad, and the fact that it was one ridge line. So we took that into consideration, and there should be a set of plans there, revisions showing the front portion of the building drop down a couple of feet so that we have a split ridge line, and changing from the steel metal clad that's allowed in CTEC to shingle. You guys asked if we could do it in a shingle. So I went with a cedar shingle.
Do we have that?
I don't think we have those.
I have.
Not on this drawing. Well, there's the last 2 that are shingled, right?
I don't have it in mind.
I don't
Lot
either.
Are we
A.
supposed to maybe imagine it?
In
Did
E,
you click on the right one?
I clicked on E, which is the one I said
E
we were
and
going
F
to
are
work
the
on.
same.
Yeah, they're both identical, both facing each other.
And
there's
the
nothing
other
there.
building is the
Go
one
back to
approved
the
right on
list.
the
That's
street.
approved.
That's not this.
Yeah, I'm on E.
That's not this.
And try the top one.
New building is the building that's
Right
not
there.
this building.
No.
I clicked on that top one and this is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, he just had it up. He just had it.
Okay,
It's-
let's go to, please, the new building file
That's,
and scroll down.
Yep. Go back.
yeah, so this
There
is it
you
right
go.
here. That's,
Oh, that's got shingles.
Okay, and let's get the discussion going on that, Tom. Was there anything else you wanted to add to the description?
I don't believe it. So that's really the comments you guys had and you had asked us to take a look at, was to break up the ridge line and then go from metal to shingle.
Okay, and is a question before we get started, is this essentially the same building as the next building?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Linda, please. Well,
I can go.
I want to make sure that we explain everything. There's a whole laundry list.
no, we're not going to go down a laundry list of stuff.
I'm telling you what we changed. I have the right to do that.
We just heard from the
You know what?
applicant
That was
what was
today's
changed.
presentation.
This isn't the right building. Okay,
I'm
no,
telling you what this is, so you
no, I'm not going to accept it, Linda.
have to, under the law, accept that anything.
Linda, the applicant's agent just spoke. We're not going to look at a drawing that is not of the building
This
itself.
is the building that's in front of it, so you know what's blocking these
We
buildings.
understand that. We
Okay.
do not need to get into a 5-minute discussion about that.
Okay, I'm just giving it to you so you have neighborhood
Okay,
context
thank
of where it
you.
is.
That I accept and I appreciate and I
And I'll
understand.
tell you what he did. There are pictures in your packets, on the packets, if they're out on the table from, because I know there was a comment made earlier about Macy Lane, which is Airport Road. There's pictures in the packet from Airport Road, from Old South Road, and I believe one other location further down the road. They did drop the height. There was a question about the height. The height on the left, if you're looking at up there, is 29 feet. The height on the right was broken from that down to 27 feet. The pitch, this is a prefab wood building as opposed to the original application, which was all metal, which is why the pitch is at 5 feet, 5 and 12. A lot of the other ones out there are 2 and 12 or even lower than that. They did make the doors on the right smaller because doesn't need to get in there with his equipment, which is what he needs to do on the left side. What the building that's in front of it, which you haven't heard, but you said it tracks because they're identical. You see the front of that building, which is the back building, and the elevation just below it is what you see from Old South Road from the other building, which is one lot closer. The windows are black. The trim is natural to weather. The doors are that putty color that everybody's using. There are 2 apartments upstairs, no exterior stairway, even though there are 2 apartments above on both for employees. This is a commercial zone. The planning board was supportive of this when it was changed to C-Tech from residential, because there are diminishing amounts of commercial property. The airport area is C-Tech, CN, industrial, there's a lot of different commercial zones around that airport. So it was felt that this was a reasonable place to have commercial property. The other side of that little way that goes into these 2 buildings, which are the last 2 lots on that plan I just gave you, is also going to be commercial buildings. So this is a commercial zone.
Okay.
It's difficult to massage these, to change them more than boxes, because it is an interesting wood commercial building from a company that I've never dealt with before. But it's Nobody or Way behind it has not said anything. There is a 10-foot way behind this building in particular. So it was done to make sure that there was no access or anything, or garage doors on the backside. But there is a 10-foot way between the back of our property and the back of theirs. A lot of the Nobody or Way people have a lot of commercial uses on their properties. So nobody has said anything. And it is in a commercial zone, and we're surrounded by metal buildings, but we went with this.
Okay, we got the picture. Thank you. We
Okay.
appreciate it. Are there questions on what's been presented?
Is Jesse?
I should be.
Yeah, Jesse's
okay.
Ray's sitting off, so
Okay.
clearly. Okay, no questions. Comments? Who would like to begin? Carrie?
So I appreciate you're trying to bring it down, but I think there's ways to bring it down even more. That your plate is, there's 2 shingle courses and your fascia above the window headers, and that can all sit right on the window headers. So I'm not sure why you haven't done that, just because that'll bring it down to another foot or so. And your smaller mass is 27 foot 6 inches, not 27 feet, just so you know, Linda. And I don't see what the taller mass is right now, but
29.
both of those can come down a foot. I really appreciate the shingle. I think we're sort of stuck with these, but I think we can try to minimize their effect.
Okay, who would like to go next? Jesse?
I appreciate the improvements. I think the shingles go a long way on graying these out. Lots in, off the road. So I have no more concerns.
Okay. Abby?
Well, it is across the street from a small development, so the scale is going to be awkward. It's going to be quite a jump. So I think the height is important to bring it down and keep the difference between the 2 massings, maybe bring that down a couple of feet. And I think the windows should probably be bigger so that it appears as more of a, one size up, so it appears more residential than commercial, so it fits in.
Thank you.
And so on the street, could we, when we get to landscaping, I think it'll help to, obscure the big garage doors.
Well, that building that I just gave you in that handout, that's the building that's on the street. That blocks everything behind it.
But it's hundreds of feet away. That's the only problem.
The
Okay,
lots are-
guys.
Anyway, lots are 20,000 square feet in
Decorum.
there.
Thank you.
Through the chair, please.
That's about 200 feet back, the first building, if not more. given the
Yeah,
size
I-
of the lots.
Humongous building, Linda, so.
Guys, oh my God. This
Sorry.
is why,
Let's
we
just
add
move
this
on
up
then.
over the
Just
course of a
reprimand us
night.
and move on.
It's got nothing to do with reprimand.
What does it have to do?
It has to do with, we establish some rules because we realize that we run our meetings inefficiently. So we decided that we were going to have some self-discipline, run our meetings more efficiently like other regulatory boards on the island do, and therefore save some time, process more applications, and have time to talk about more important things like area plans and demolition delay and so on and so forth. This isn't about me reprimanding you guys. If that's what you think, I don't want to be doing this job anymore. Val?
I have nothing to add.
I agree largely with the comments. Drop the top plate to bury the window headers, get a foot. Increase, I think the concept of increasing the window size is appropriate. I would add to increase the roof pitch. These look like two-story ranches, the way that they present, which is, I think, a slightly, going up to a 612 will help to offset that slightly. What will be visible of these structures, it will be the second floor and the roof. And that structure, a two-story floating ranch in the background from Old South, doesn't make a ton of sense to me. So I think give a little on the height at the shingle wall and get a little on the roof plane. And then I believe that a gray sash, actually, I'm going to hold my comment on that. I think that the black sash may work. So
It matches the front building. That's why it went
yeah,
there.
I think that may work. So.
A quick question for
yeah.
you. If we increase the pitch, it's going to put it over 30 feet of that bigger building. We can't do that. If
No,
we
you're
drop,
not.
if we make a larger window, they can't go any closer to the floor, I believe, than 18 inches. That's going to be a problem if we're dropping the plate height again. I did speak to the guy this afternoon about dropping the plate height on these, and I can't do it.
Okay, so the motion will be for revisions and to add a cross section and do what you can along the spirit of the request, and we'll see where we end up when it comes back.
That's my motion.
Okay, all in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimous.
And then hold the other one to track this one because
Well,
they're
we're going to make a
identical.
motion for the same
Yep.
revisions on the next application, which is building F. And that is Abby's motion.
It is.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
So, Mr. Chair, I need to recuse, I'm sorry, from the land bank applications. The
Okay.
first three on this new business at 12-6. So I'll just sit over there for a minute.
Okay, so we're going to
Hey, do you want
do,
any pizza?
32.
yeah. Actually, can we we're going to take a 5-minute break. Yeah, Holly, can you do that from where you are?
Do what?
Yes, sir. I can put a thing
That
up.
would be awesome. So people don't listen to us chewing.
Oh,
Yes, sir. Hold on.
good.
One more. Okay, cue it up. Yeah. And let me know when we're live. We're good. Okay, great. So who do we have to represent the applicant? Is Eleanor here?
I'm here and Rachel Freeman is here, and either or both of us can chime in as needed.
Okay, you get to pick who talks, and we'll give you a couple minutes to tee this up, and then we may have some questions for you, and we'll go from there.
I'll let Rachel tee it up. Go ahead, Rachel.
Okay, well, here we go. This is a project that the Land Bank put together, which is basically a restoration project. We have had this property for some time now, and the grass has become overgrown with love grass, which is an invasive species. There's Japanese black pines on the bank, and we've had a number of requests to kind of restore it to a slightly better situation. Similarly, the stairs need to be replaced in kind. It just needs a little bit of work, basically. At this point, we brought it to the Conservation Commission, and they do not have any concerns. During the process of restoring or revitalizing this property, one thing that has become apparent is that it is a very flat property and therefore would be very good for accessibility. And we could provide handicap access on the site through formalizing our path and the decking with wood slats, basically similar to what is shown at the youth hostel across the street, which is now owned by Blue Flag, I believe. And so we would be putting those down in the locations of the existing path and the viewing deck. And then in addition, we would be adding a single parking space, which would be an accessible parking space, which is either going to be a crushed granite surface or stone dust, stabilized stone dust surface, only allowed for handicap parking. And that is our proposal as it stands this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions. I guess in addition, the one thing I would say, we have benches that are already in existence there, which would now be set on the viewing deck instead of in the grass, because they would be accessible if they're on the deck. So,
And if I may just to add one thing, I
Please.
had sent to, thank you, Esmeralda, some photos of the boardwalk that exists. There she is. That's at what we have heretofore called the youth hostel, right across the road. And that is approximately what we intend to install.
Okay,
I can
thank you.
also,
Go
can I
ahead.
add one more thing? I'm sorry. We put in a similar boardwalk, exactly the same at the Land Bank Settlers Landing property on North Cambridge Street.
Okay. Anything else? Nope.
Nope,
Okay,
that's
can we-
it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go to the site plan? And then, any questions? Anyone?
And Mr. Chair, I've got just some comments for you.
Okay, let's just see if we got any questions first. Go ahead.
There is a drawing of a stair. Is that,
That's towards the end, as you,
what?
just
Oh.
so she can cue it up.
I'm just asking if they're redoing the whole stair too.
That's a like-kind replacement that we're doing, because
Okay.
that's, the existing stairs are in poor shape. We had a lot of calls at the end of the summer saying they needed to be fixed, and we did some temporary fixes, but we really need to replace them for safety.
Okay.
Rachel, does that work for you, what I just said? Okay, good.
All right, any other questions? Okay, Holly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to give some context of the site, there was a structure on the site between 2003 and 2007. Obviously, it was removed. And obviously, there's great land bank access to the beach. And of course, this siting is across the street from, as Rachel had mentioned, the Surfside Life Saving Station from circa 1874. The proposal obviously includes some wood walkway, split rail fence, stone dust, ADA parking, timber decking, sitting area. Overall, staff's perspective, appreciate the proposed removal of the non-native plant species and the installation of native plants. The ADA stone dust parking area is also very appreciative and appropriate. And thank you for keeping it a porous surface, obviously. The proposal seems to be similar to what we see at Stones Beach, and obviously is in very similar setting to the life-saving station. My main comment was about Concom, if they had reviewed, although obviously not germane to the HDC, just from a planning perspective. No concerns on the proposal. Just want to give that tidbit of information, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Any concerns?
I just had a question more than anything.
Ron?
Could you scroll back to the landscape plan?
Jesse, we could barely hear you.
Oh, sorry. My mic is off. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So it's handicap accessible. So those aren't steps, that's a ramp?
No, it stops at the viewing.
But so, oh, okay, then the stair, okay, got it.
Stairs
That's
are
all.
here.
Got it. All right.
So it's just the viewing deck.
Okay, perfect. That's all.
Okay. Any concerns?
No, I'd
How
love to
about
go
a
all the
motion?
way to the beach.
Okay. Sure.
So I have one concern about the black pines. I understand it's an endangered species, but
Invasive.
I think invasive, but I think it gives dimension. And we recently had that thing happen in Sconset where they were taken down, and it kind of, I know a lot of them look dead, and that would be great to clear those out, but I don't see why we have to take them all down, and that's.
We're not taking them all down. We are, if you had a chance to read the project details, there's a lot of information in there, so no judgment if you didn't, but it's, I wanted you to have the information that was in the Concom as well, because I think it's sometimes helpful to you, and you'll see that we are getting rid of the dead ones.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Sure.
Appreciate
No problem.
it. Yeah, thank you.
See it right there.
Okay, great. How about a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay. we're
Thank
gonna
you.
move on. You're
Mr.
welcome.
Chairman,
Yeah.
the applicant requested to hold 67 Easton and 65 Easton
Okay,
till further notice. They may withdraw those applications.
What's your address?
okay. So we'll just, we just won't act on them. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, so let's see, we are now at
Number 4, 22 Walsh.
22 Walsh. Do we have somebody to rep? Ahem. Anybody in the queue up there? Don't see anybody. Has anyone reviewed, actually?
They're
window-
pretty straightforward.
Are they? Like, what's the vintage of the house at 22 Walsh?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
1960 is 22 Walsh.
Oh, I think that we might be able to move forward with this. It's not like the discussion we just had on Union Street.
No.
Imagine. Holly, do you have anything to say about this?
The HDC survey on file, there is one, indicates that the windows are 8/8. The proposal is for them to be vinyl 6/6. I would recommend wood SDL 6/6. And I think that's what very similar to HSAG as well.
What's that?
Very similar to HSAG, proposed windows appear to be vinyl with muttons between the glass. SDL windows should have permanent muttons glued to the exterior.
I'm Brunia. Can you hear me?
The windows show.
Wait, hang on, everybody. It sounds like we have the applicant present. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm Richard Prunia.
Yes, okay.
what
So,
we're- Go ahead.
well, we sort of started the discussion without you, but we understand that you want to replace these windows. Now, they already look like what's in place now already looks like a replacement sash.
Those are vinyl windows.
The ones that are there now.
Yeah, vinyl windows, thermal panes with the grids in between.
Yes.
And most of the seals are all gone.
Most of the what?
Seals.
Oh, seals. Okay, got it.
So they're all fogged up. And then there's a
Yep.
lot of rot around the windows.
Well,
So, go ahead.
yeah, I'm so when Holly, I'm familiar with Harvey windows and
Yeah.
you know, I mean, if this was on Main Street, we'd be telling you absolutely positively not. But the fact that the existing building already has what are probably Harvey windows or their very close equivalent. I don't want to taint the perspective of my fellow board members, but so we know what you're after. And Holly, just to be clear, you had mentioned something about 8/8, and these photos are showing 6/6.
I believe she.
Yes,
said-
Mr. Chair, I was just referring to the original HDC survey that was done in 89. It didn't
Oh.
indicate that there were 8/8 just on the facade.
I see. Okay. But the reality that we have in the field right now is that they're 6/6 and absolutely positively replacement sash, probably Harvey or someone like that. Thanks, Holly. Thanks, Richard. Let's hear from the board. Oh, and I do need to establish the board now that we are 6 people. Do we know where we are in the rotation?
No. we don't
All
know
right.
when yet.
Carrie, you sit on this, okay?
Mhm.
Thank you. All right, comments.
My only concern, and I know they're there now, is the muntins between the glass.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if they were adhered to the outside. But
That would,
they're gonna look like what's there, so.
they will look like what's there.
No, what we're planning on is the tribute window, which is the highest line of Harvey's. And they designed like an architecture, like a wood window. And it's simulated divided lights inside and out.
Oh,
Because it says grids between glass and interior snap.
There's a note above that, Val. If you look on it.
Simulated divided lights.
no, yeah. Okay, so there's a little bit of a, on your No, he's got it right.
I have no concerns.
Yeah, okay. Now that we're reading your text, it actually is clear. Exterior simulated divided lights. So it
Yeah.
is an improvement over what you have right now. So thank you, Val. Abby.
I'd go along with that.
Okay, great. Carrie,
Yep, me too.
Stephen,
I'm a no.
you're a no. Okay,
Wait,
for
why?
because he's a
Because I
purist.
don't think it makes
He's
sense.
an
to be-
architectural purist.
Well, I'm not a purist, but I,
Well,
was
could
kidding.
I ask, now that,
Wait, hang on. Let's let Stephen voice his, go.
I think if, just because something exists that wasn't approved, there's absolutely no reason that everyone on Wall Street can't come in and ask for these windows.
we don't know it wasn't.
Could I just
Yeah, he's
please-
allowed to have his.
No, I know, I'm just asking, how do you know they weren't approved?
I'm gonna presume that these were not approved. And maybe I'm wrong. And if, then that should be something that the applicant should present to us from the file.
Okay.
Personally, I think.
Okay.
It's one vote.
Yeah. So I hear you, Stephen. But I'm okay for the reason that I believe that this is actually a step in the right direction rather than a status quo move or a move in the wrong direction. So I'm actually in favor of it. So,
Well,
yes, go.
I do have one more concern that I just thought of.
Okay, go.
We just had a person come in for simulated divided windows on the same street. It was Elizabeth Morey for her father's client, and we
Yeah.
made the front windows be TDL.
For a new building?
No, it's a
No.
building that's there.
Replacement.
Rushmore is the last name, and they were 12/12s, and they wanted to change to 6/6.
Actually,
I thought we might made them keep the 12/12s, but they could do the SDLs. It was, I thought it was about the 12/12, not the SDL.
may I, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so my recollection was pretty clearly that the defining feature of that cottage is the windows. So we retain them. And we didn't allow them to be changed out to a more modern, more typical window than the Harvey because of the defining feature of a small cottage. And I guess my point, not to, I'm not filibustering, but if the defining feature of that cottage was the fenestration, and we're allowing an opportunity to help create a defining feature in the border of the historic district, I think you get my point.
Thank you, Stephen.
My thought after I said I'm okay with it, it is a step in the right direction because clearly these are not, what's proposed is better than this, but I would go along with a Brosco true divided light with a storm, and that would be a little more authentic to me in general, so just want to throw that in.
All right, Richard,
Yes,
you hear what's being said here, right?
I hear, yes.
So I guess there's some ambivalence about moving forward. I will say personally, I'm okay with this application for the reason I've already said, which is that it's a move in the right direction. It's something that we wouldn't approve on a new building. But here we are, we've got an existing building that has these, so I'm okay. But we're now hearing that we want true divided lights on the front of the building, or go.
Not necessarily. I was just
Nothing's
trying
easy.
to recollect how we handled that last one, and I want to be consistent.
Oh,
Well,
I'd like to make a comment.
yeah, okay.
I think that if these windows are going to be approved, that perhaps, are just a replacement sash, Richard, or are they a full window unit?
So it's called a replacement window. So it comes with a master frame with the two sashes in it.
Okay, thank you. I would suggest that that some detailing be added to the trim package so that these aren't, it's just not just a standard 3/4 inch flat header side casing. No interest on window type not typically used, so that there is some element of creating a historic reference. It's not some costly add-on. It's not a
Yeah, that's
different
no problem.
style,
Yeah.
Boston sash window. It's adding some thicker with, some slightly deeper casings
Yeah.
or head casing and a sill detail so that it has some reference to the historic nature of, Nantucket.
All right.
Okay, we're seriously belaboring this, but I got to belabor it further because what's in there right now is a replacement sash. Exactly, that you would take one out and you would put the other one in. So I don't understand how you could change the detail of that. I don't understand.
It comes as a frame.
It's
a
normally
self-
installed side out from the inside of the house.
What?
Normally you remove that window from the inside casing and put the new window in from the inside and re-put the casing. And on the outside, we can change that exterior casing. It doesn't come with the whole casing, the window.
Well, no, I understand that, but it's called a replacement sash because you don't have to change the outside casing.
Correct. Yeah, we call it a replacement
But
window.
Steven's suggesting that you will.
Well, we won't be replaced. If we replace the outside casing, it would be something most likely would do afterwards, after replacing the window.
Okay, this is going out of my hands now. It's going from simple to complicated. So I'd like somebody else to make a motion.
Not that complicated. It's
Well,
like
no, it is if we get into details of recasing the exterior windows.
Richard, I'm not sure what's going on here, but are you adverse to recasing the exterior?
we are not. We're
Okay, so I'll
It'll-
make a motion to approve.
conform to what you guys want.
Pardon me?
We're willing to conform to what the board wants.
Okay, thank you. So I'll make a motion that through staff to approve with, what's the thickness of the casings now, 3/4?
I don't know offhand, but
I don't see it on the application, so I'm
yeah,
asking.
I didn't measure
Because
it.
it's existing. So a 1.5 inch head casing and a 1 by side casing with a sill detail.
All right.
Okay, that's Stephen's motion. All those in favor, say aye. I'm abstaining.
I'm opposed.
Oh, and one opposition. So it's still, that motion still carries. Yeah. All right. So now let's try this same thing. It's 27 East Lincoln, I guess.
Correct.
A real quick, who opposed?
Abby and Ray
Okay, thank you.
abstained.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Richard, you want to tell us about East Lincoln?
Same situation. They have vinyl windows with the grids in between. We're planning on replacing those with the same tribute with the simulated divided lights inside and out. And we can conform the outside trim to what the board agrees to. We're doing the sides, not the front of that, on that house. There's 7 windows. We're not doing them all.
Okay.
I'm okay with this as submitted.
Okay. Very good. Abby,
I'm just pulling it up now. Sorry. Sorry.
Stephen?
I'm a little less inclined to change the trim on this, given there's a bunch of other windows that aren't being changed.
Well, I think we would just match the trim that's there by
Yeah.
replace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Oh,
Sorry, Holly, that was you?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I just wanted to give you the vintage of the house. It's a circa 1949. It actually has an HTC survey on file, and it actually has a historic name, Thistledane. Same comments, obviously, but the one main comment that I think is pertinent would be from HSAG is new windows should have vertical proportioned panes.
They have what?
That new windows should have vertical proportioned panes was their comment. In addition,
Ooh.
The shorter windows,
yeah, and that might have been just because it wasn't clear. Yeah, this one right here, I think.
Richard, do you understand what's being said?
I don't know what vertical panes are.
Well, okay, if you look at the one, see where you have your Fujitsu AC unit and there's the two windows behind it?
Yes.
Okay, they're like kitchen windows and so they're high. And because they're 6 light, the panes are wider than they are tall. So if that became an 8/8 window, then the panes would be more vertically formatted. Know what I'm saying?
I do. Is that what you're recommending?
just on that window.
That's what Holly is advising to be done. Yes. But
8/8?
Holly, just FYI, is not a board member. She gives us recommendations.
Okay.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that you understood what was being said. Okay. Board members.
Well, that's what I was going to say about the last one, that there were horizontal windows on that last one, and that's why I opposed it. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see. Carrie, are you on this?
I'm okay with it because these two windows are on the rear and I don't think they're.
Oh, the
hugely
horizontal.
egregious. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're hidden by that lovely.
Fujitsu unit. Yeah. Stephen, have you already, you said that you didn't want to change the casings, right?
Yeah, and I agree that these windows are, I mean, that air conditioning unit, come on. So
Yeah, yeah, I
I'm not
know.
worried about little tiny windows that are in a wall.
Right.
and
Okay.
Hidden by reflection.
All right.
I understand the concern of the group. Don't get me wrong, but.
Yeah, and the other problem that Richard is going to face is that these stock windows are not going to have, or presumably won't have, an 8 light configuration. They might just have a 6. Anyway, does somebody want to move this?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, so that's Val's motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. How about 54 Main? And Jesse, this will go to you.
Okay.
Do we have anybody to represent this one? Why do I keep doing that?
Always something with that.
Boy, people just love. Should we skip it? It's remain, oh, no, it's not remain.
Sign the other one? Did it go around? No. Okay.
Should we open this?
Yeah.
12:06. The other one didn't come around, right?
No. So are we on to 54
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
main, it says lighting plan.
And then
Essentially,
there's some,
this is a light fixture that is attached to their arm that's over the sign and will shine light down on both sides of the sign.
Fancy.
And is it in the sign advisories purview? It's lighting of a sign?
I bet it didn't go to them.
Yeah. It's not.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable
Purview of a
reviewing this.
sign.
Okay, so let's skip by this one, okay, folks, before we get too deep into it. We're going to hold for rep. Let's just do it. All those in favor of holding for
And do we
representation.
refer it to the sign committee?
I don't know.
I think I'd refer to the sign committee.
Okay. So that's Stephen's motion. All those in favor, including Jesse Dutra? Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, Val?
Not so sure.
So does that mean we have a board on that?
What?
That,
We just established one, yeah,
yeah, that's what you mean.
because we took a
So you
vote.
would-
Oh, wait, what,
you would- Well, after we see that, because we established a board.
Which one is first? 211?
211 Pulpus Road.
Okay. This is, or was formerly Maurice Gibbs's house
Oh, yeah.
with the nice green trim.
Mm-hmm.
Presently, there is a deck existing on the front of this house. The deck is remaining. We'd just like to put a screened in for a sun porch over the existing deck and take the middle dormer on the second floor and make it a single door instead of the windows and put a little deck on top of that. Colors to remain the same. The greenish color, and all the windows in this house are casement, so we are asking for casement as well.
Mm-hmm.
The house is circa 1964.
Okay. I think everybody knows this house pretty well.
Yeah.
It's
I
a
can go.
landmark. Go ahead, Abby.
All right, so, Val, I know this was on consent and, like, everybody does know this house. We drive by it all the time. And it doesn't have a lot going for it, but what it had going for it was that symmetry of the windows. So I think, and it had a front door. So now it doesn't have a front door and it doesn't have the symmetry of the windows that it had before. So I think it's kind of lost a bit of its charm. So that's why I wanted to talk about it.
Mhm.
It
Thank you.
didn't have symmetry before, but maybe it was a more pleasing arrangement to you.
Well, I mean, it had symmetry like in the dormers, they were all windows and down below it had, well, it did have a front door. Now it doesn't have a front door. So, and that's the front of the house. So I just had some issues with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Abby. Stephen.
Val, I would just suggest change these windows over to match the dual layer.
Oh, like
awning
the
or
existing?
hopper.
The fixed with the hopper below.
Yeah, or the awning, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they don't have to match the size, but just the style.
Okay.
I think, the proportions of those windows are very different from the dormers to the existing to the first floor. So even if the size is different, I think it's okay. It's just matching the style that would.
So Stephen, you're essentially saying that existing window that's to the left of the thing,
that
would be a
style.
smaller version of
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Doubles, in other words,
Yep.
doubles.
Yep.
3 doubles.
To
Okay.
emulate the fixed over.
Yeah, so there's a window just to the left of your addition that is a bigger version of what Stephen's proposing. It's 2 windows. Well, actually, it's 4 windows.
Just shrink those down to fit in your,
Yeah.
the double to the left of the porch. Shrink down and put 3 of those in the porch in the front. And then 1 on the side by the door.
Okay. Thanks,
Okay, I have
Steve.
one question through the chair.
Yeah.
If we can't get those type of windows, can we make the casements look like those windows and have a bar put across it? In the same proportion?
I think it's gonna look odd when they're open. But other than that, I don't have an issue personally.
No, thanks to Simon.
Carrie, comments?
I'm wondering why you don't center the porch and the deck above and just keep the symmetry that exists. It's that right-hand window is there but on the first floor, but why, it looks like you can just ship the whole thing over and keep it symmetrical. The sun porch and then the deck above.
It's going on the deck that's presently there, which is not in the middle. Are you talking about the second floor or the first floor?
She just wants to move it over
Just
so it's
shift that
centered.
piece over. It's just adding one sonotube, seems to me. And getting rid of one.
That's what it would be.
Or make it wider, maybe?
I don't know if it will fit.
Looks like it'll fit.
I'm gonna hold because I don't want to agree to these changes and then have to start all
All
over
right, can we
again.
just?
I'll
hold
make a
for-
motion to hold for revisions.
Thanks. And that motion, by the way, includes Jesse, or that the board
Yeah.
includes Jesse.
Sorry, Jess.
So there is the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we're going to go to 29 Long Pond.
This is a simple little garage. 24 by 24 wood roof, natural to weather trim, terratone sash to match the existing house that's there.
Really cute.
Comments from the board.
Classic.
Yeah, I have no problem with this.
Okay, keep going.
Motion to
Stephen,
approve is submitted.
there we are. Jesse, anything?
Oh, I'm on this one? I have
You're
no-
on, you're on anything that Val is, because we're
Oh, that's right.
5.
Sorry.
What, did I hear you say second?
I second.
All right, so there's a motion and a second. All those in favor of Stephen's motion to approve as submitted, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay, so 58 Cliff. Wow, 58 Cliff. I think this is my first house on Nantucket.
Ah,
I mean, first house that I lived in
Oh.
this is
with my
a
infant daughter.
little garage being added to the back of the driveway here. The house is remaining right on the street. Colors to match, white trim, white sash. Dark gray or black asphalt. Architectural shingles. It's 13.6 tall. And because of the stoop that exists on the house, they wanted a wider door so they can swing around and get the car in there. I know HSAG had some
Okay.
comments, which I can read to you.
This wasn't the house, by the way. Sorry.
Scratch that from the record.
Sorry. Wah,
Um,
wah.
And they say, there was a previous garage there that was, I guess, circa 1851, and Holly, I think, added it to the package, but that garage is not there. It's empty where this is going. And their comments were the proposed door is 12 feet wide and the proportions are not traditional. Garage doors in this area should be limited to 9 feet wide, and the overall appearance would be more historic with a 8 or 9 roof pitch or a hipped roof. And that's all they said.
Okay, thanks. Board members.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, Holly, go.
That's okay. So the the main house on the lot that this is associated with is a circa 1996 infill. There was a garage in this location associated with 89 North Liberty on the corner, though obviously the lot was subdivided, and that's the HTC survey that is on file still for the previous garage. My comments are to appreciate the location of the garage and the height and scale. The French single and double doors should be 12 light with a kick panel as consistent within the OHD. But don't believe that the existing proposed or the ones that are proposed will be seen. Appreciate TDL being proposed. I had a question that it wasn't clear of the proposed roof to match existing main home, but it wasn't clear what the existing main home's roof was. So I just want that clarified for the file. And since the infill dwelling is a garage, an existing garage is a gable-ended Greek revival-ish style structure, the garage doors should reflect a simple style. And my question would be, could the garage doors be more of a traditional, like what was there previously, which would be the ones with the lights in the middle or no lights at all? I just do think that the garage doors kind of give it of a different architectural style versus the infill Greek revival that's there. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Holly. Okay, let's see. Carrie.
Well, I'm looking at
record of the old garage that was there. And those doors are overhead with the square lights on the second panel down, and they're not, they don't have any character or historic anything in my mind. I'm seeing that this thing is pretty far off the road, tucked in with a lot of vegetation down that driveway, and I don't really have a problem with it. I don't think the French doors will be seen from anywhere. But I do think, why not go with the historic with the kick panel? But I'm kind of okay with these garage doors, in the location that they are.
Okay. Thank you. Abby?
So these are overhead doors, these
Yes.
garage doors?
It's really one door. It's supposed to
Wow.
look like two, but it's really just one big overhead door.
I guess it's better than the other one. I just think it's a little out of scale. It's a little large. Does it have to be that wide? What are you trying to get in there? Like,
You're talking about the door?
yeah,
Garage door.
yeah.
It's merely them thinking they're not going to be able to swing around the stoop that they don't want to take off. So I think it can be a little less
Oh.
wide and then shift it over to one side.
I don't know if that would look good.
I don't think like having it be asymmetrical on that.
Part of it's gonna be hidden.
I don't
anyways.
Tough.
No, I just meant bring it in a couple of feet on either side.
No, but so if you look at the site plan,
Yeah,
you'll see that there's a stoop on the house that's kind of halfway projecting into the middle of the garage thing. So they're making it that wide so they can just open the doors and pull in on the left-hand side.
the
of
man door thing.
garage
Or-
Without removing the stoop, which is seriously in the way.
And a Bilko on the end of it, so we couldn't even move the stair to the end to get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Just looking at the previous,
Yeah.
I think the previous is just, I don't know, actually it's simpler.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Thanks, Abby. Let's see, Stephen.
I'm not adverse to shifting that door if it's a little bit smaller. It's, as you view this, looking down that length of driveway, to the extent you're gonna see it, you're gonna see part of a door now versus potentially seeing the full width of the door if it were shorter towards the left as you're facing the garage doors. I'm a little more concerned just about the architectural details. I mean, it is far enough back that probably it isn't a concern, but I still think it's worth commenting that if they had some simple returns, Greek revival style returns on the gable end.
Like the house.
Like the house, but much more simple,
Yeah.
just, a standard fascia piece, that it would be more appropriate. I think the height is it's way too tall for me, Val. 13.6 is just inappropriate.
We may be knocking down a lot of these little.
Um,
buildings, but luckily-
And that's really it.
Okay, just for the record, Stephen was kidding about the height. I'm pretty sure.
Was
Jesse,
Yeah, I think I'd rather see the door stay centered, but no concerns.
ha. Okay,
We're all over the place.
we're all over the place and I'm actually warming to the idea of moving the doors over because these are so wide. Making them like 9 feet instead of what appears to be more like maybe 10 to 12 feet.
Well, why don't I hold this to discuss?
Yeah,
And
and
come back.
the other thing I'd throw in there, as long as you're holding it, is the comment about the roof pitch, because the roof pitch on the main house is probably a 10 and 12. And I wouldn't mind, to Stephen's point of the detailing of the house versus this, I wouldn't mind having a little extra height and going to a 10 and 12. From
Would that
7
make the
to
doors
12.
look
I think it would be more harmonious with the house.
less? I don't
Okay.
know.
Anyway, so look, sounds like we're gonna move for some revisions.
Hold for minor revisions.
Minor revisions. There we go. That's Stephen's motion. All those in favor, say
Aye.
aye. Any opposed? There we go. Okay, thanks, Val. And now, Mr. Topham, are you around?
Yes, sir.
for 4 White Whale.
4 White Whale.
All right.
So this is for Mr. Billy Flynn. It is a little ranch, 45 by 27 feet, 21 feet tall. And all of the trim is to weather, sash black, and roof charcoal gray, Hamilton blue door. Interested to hear your comments.
Okay. We'll make sure they're very interesting.
Thank you.
I'll go.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, let's see. This would be Jesse. Sorry. Go ahead, Val.
In the scheme of all of the different style buildings over there and varying sizes of large, this is a sweet little house. I have no concerns.
That sounded interesting. Abby.
Gary.
Oh, did you get Val's comments?
Yeah.
Okay.
She said it's fantastic, basically.
So I'm basically okay with it, but I don't understand why the hip roof, why that has those areas on either side. Like, couldn't it all just go right over to the eave or come in a little bit on either side and make it, like a little.
I'd do a flush plane there. Yeah, no problem.
I was going to suggest going in the other direction, dropping
it?
the roof pitch.
Right,
So you had
there's-
more of a
there's more
contrast.
separation, yeah.
Because I do those bleed on roofs. God, I'm sorry to just jump right in, but he's distinguishing between the porch roof and the regular roof. If you run it over, then it's sort of it's like a skirt wrapped around the building.
Gable.
It's a Dutch gable, exactly. So I'd prefer to see that roof pitch drop down so that there was more contrast or more shingle between the two. But anyway,
Mr. Chair, can I make a comment? I'd
Yeah.
rather not go to the 4 pitch. What I think is a problem with that, I'd rather bring in the 2 columns of the porch in a foot and have them standalone gable.
That's another really good idea.
I prefer that direction.
Okay, that's cool because then the porch is completely separate architectural element from the building. Let's see, Jesse.
I like that suggestion.
Okay, so that would be a foot in on either side. Is everybody, let's see, did I get everybody? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, got everybody.
I'll second.
All right, so Stephen has seconded his motion to move the
Joe's motion.
Joe's motion to move the columns in a foot on each side to get separation between the regular roof, the main roof, and the porch roof. All those in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There we go. Okay, 60 Easton roof replacement. And this is going to be one of those cases where it goes unrepresented. I'm almost positive.
Mr. Chair.
60 Easton. Holly, you got anything on this one?
Just that they're proposing 3-tabbed architectural Maury black. However, 60 Easton is, if you're familiar with the White Elephant cottages, there's more than one structure on the lot, and it was not clear onto which structure this was for. Was this for one or all of them or what? That was my comment. Other than that, Maury black architectural is appropriate in the OHD.
Good point, though. So you're saying that the application doesn't specify, and frankly, are you guys getting stuff on this? Because all my pages are
Me
blank.
too.
Yeah. No, I
Mine are
don't think-
sideways.
There's the checklist and that's
Yeah,
it.
sideways.
We need a sideways fixer person.
If you go to the site, the locus map, you can see where all the structures are located, and the application doesn't discern which structure.
Hey, look, I think we got to get clarification on this.
I'd like to make a motion.
Because, excuse me, just point of clarification. Wouldn't that require 4 applications because it's 4
Yes,
different
sir.
buildings?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
okay, so we need to get clarity on that. Okay, so Stephen, motion.
Priority.
Well, my motion is actually a little bit of a hybrid of your suggestion.
Oh, okay.
If I may.
Yep.
These are appropriate in the historic district, and I would just motion that the applicant clarify which structure. And then it can be pointed out to them that the others need to come in separately. If they're intended that it be 4 buildings or 3 buildings or 2 buildings.
Can I,
Go ahead. Through staff.
how does everybody feel about like if there's 4 buildings and one of them gets the roof changed and the other 3 remain the way they are?
Well, they're separate I mean, it's like the house next door doesn't
I
change. its
guess.
roof.
Okay. All right. So that can be your motion, Stephen.
Okay.
Do you want to reiterate that?
I think everyone got it.
Everybody got it?
Just
I'll say it. I'll say it. So the motion is that this application is being approved for one of the 4 buildings that are on this lot, with the understanding that that particular building needs to be identified and clarified through staff, and that the other 3 would need to come in as separate applications. That is Stephen's motion. So on Stephen's motion, all those in favor? Aye. That was carried, by the way. Any opposed? Okay. And now we're going to go to 23 Walsh, and we'll let Jesse do this one. It's going to be the same deal.
Mr. Chair, same deal, same agent.
Multiple buildings on one.
No, no, the 23 Westchester is a circa 1800 typical Nantucket. Although, they're wanting to go to architectural colonial slate, you all allow architectural colonial slate in the OHD.
We do allow it.
You do.
Can I infer from that you're giving this a positive thumbs up recommendation?
Yes, sir. Based on the fact that you all have approved colonial slate in the OHD. Yes.
Right. Got it. Okay. Yes, Stephen.
No, I just wondered there's no controversial or question mark.
Oh, I know yeah. Okay.
I'm just trying to understand if there was something I'm missing.
Right. Everybody okay with this?
I wish I kind of wish they would.
23 Westchester.
If they're gonna do, they just have a picture of if they're not gonna do more, they have a picture of the tile they're using, because I don't remember what.
Well, they can do that, but there's,
No comment.
No
Right.
problem. Okay, all right, I'm good with it then.
yeah, but also the photograph thing when it comes to colors is always notoriously bad.
What is this one called again? This slate, something slate?
Holly,
Mr. Chair, it's colonial slate.
colonial slate. There you go. Anything with the word colonial in it's got to be good. Okay, can I have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you, Jesse. Okay, everybody in favor, or all those in favor of Jesse's motion? Say aye. Any opposed? Very good. And now I've got to recuse from this guy. So Stephen, can you chair?
I will. All right. Modular 7 Hallowell.
I have the samples in the office. but
Yeah, I know that we went by those like years ago.
Okay, we'll cue that up. And do we have representation?
Yes,
And could you identify yourself for the record?
Joseph Topham.
Oh, hey, Joe, I recognize that name.
I'm here helping out Chris this evening, just so here to take comments.
I can't see the screen and no idea who's out there in TV world. Okay, great.
Mr. Chairman, just Stephen, for the record, Stephen Cohen for the abutters.
Hello, Stephen Cohen for the abutter.
Thank you.
I presume you're going to want to speak?
At the proper time.
Yeah, I just want to double check. Sometimes people just listen.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
the owner is also in the audience if any represent the owner.
Okay, so, and Joe, is Joe aware? I'm sorry, can you identify yourself for the record? I'm sorry? Nico Schiff? Okay. Joe, why don't you begin?
Excuse me, I can't hear any of you.
Okay, we'll talk more loudly into our microphones. Esme, can you pull the front elevation up? And yeah, thank you for flipping pages. I'm serious, we do need a page flipper with these in the office. Okay, Joe, we're on the east elevation. Why don't you start us off?
Okay, so as you can tell, we need to cut the grade. What we want to do is lower the structure as much as possible. From the east side of the lot and lower it roughly about 3 to 4 feet on the far side if you're looking at the drawings on the left. And then we're going to have to raise the grade closest to the street side. So Right now, we have a structure that's 68 feet by 26. We have a rough ridge height of 27.6. We've tried to keep it as low as possible. The sidewall to be weathered, white trim, mahogany deck, sash all to be white, and Hamilton blue doors. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you, Joe. And then just for a clarification, the south elevation addresses Sachem Road?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is the garage doors.
Okay, before we take comments or others, we're gonna see if there's any questions from the commissioners on what's been presented at this point. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yep, go ahead, Holly.
I do have staff comments for your consideration.
You were next.
Thank you. And I did provide this for Joe. So I think it's important to understand that there is a historic structure on this lot, circa 1920 colonial arrival seaward, contributing obviously to the local and national district, as well as a garage called Seaward Garage. We all know that based on these plans, this is a Dreamline prefab. This new dwelling with new access off of Sachem's Road, that would also require planning board approval for that second curb cut, just to notate, that's the planner in me. Grade looks to be changing, obviously would need cross sections for the commission's consideration. The existing main home has white sash. The proposed is black sash. Existing main home 6/6. This is a 6/1, more contemporary. There is no additive massing in this proposal, understanding it is a prefab. We've seen it before though, so it can be done. The right side is slightly a subordinate mass, but it needs work. The siding of this dwelling is canted, but not like the main home. There are existing structures in the neighborhood. Sorry, with second floor balconies on the front elevation. That's a question for Joe. Sorry. Are there existing structures in the neighborhood with second floor balconies on the front elevation facing the street? Maybe rethink the overall siding of this structure. On the west, the rear, which will be facing Sachem's Road, is a wall. Fenestration and scale needs work. A lot of space with the first and second floor, space in between. The roof walk looks large, but it's hard to discern on these drawings. On the north, the second floor balcony deck does not follow building with Nantucket in mind. Deck should be anchored by building massing. The view on the west of the proposed second floor deck is very atypical. Remove the roof. On the south, a second floor deck is greater than 8 feet. That's referred to page 120 of Building with Nantucket in Mind, as well as John McLaughlin. The gable end needs more fenestration, too much wall. The pent roof over the garage door needs to go. The garage door is not typical. AC units on the west need enclosures. The east second floor triple door is not appropriate. And change to a double or copy the other second floor balcony with the door flanked by windows. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair, for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Mr. Cohen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to say, my clients do not object in general to this house going here. They, understand that their neighbors have the right to build a house and they don't want to get overly involved in, dictating that design, but that we did have a couple of concerns that they asked me to express. Essentially that the house is being built at the highest point, and it could be nestled in better if it moved a little west, a little south. It might be more organic the way the other house, where the other structures are not to the highest point of the lot. That's one comment. The next comment is that this house is essentially one long box. Even though there's a break in the roof, it's essentially a nominal break. And I think it's especially the west elevation that it shows you. It's just one long box. It really should have a section that's 2 stories and a section that's only 1 story. And it should maybe not be that long, although frankly, the length of it is the physical length is not as much as the apparent length based on the fact that there's just this essentially two masses that are only nominally different. And the other thing is that the roof walk is really long and really high, and it's oddly placed. If you look at, I think one of the reasons why it looks odd is that it dies into a roof above dormers. And I think that if it was pushed in between those dormers instead of on them, it might be a more appropriate scale, both for the building and for the way the roof structure would typically be done. And it doesn't die into the dormers, but it's still the fact that it's sort of above in the middle of them, I think is what makes it look unusual and atypical. The other thing is that my clients have had a conversation with the abutters, sort of casually about what they were doing. And one of the things that they mentioned is that they were willing to do a shorter house. And one of the things that they thought they had to do was have it hit 27 feet in order to have a roof walk. And I don't know that that's a hard and fast rule. And so if the board wanted to suggest that they would be comfortable with allowing a smaller roof walk or, any roof walk, even if the house was shorter, that might be a win for everybody, because I think the height is designed, at least in the applicant's mind, the way we were told, to try and meet some rule that I don't know is so hard and fast. I also think this is sort of an odd mix of dormers on this building, but that's not really my client's concern. It's just my own personal note that they don't historically make sense to have three different dormers on one side of the building. But really my client's concern is the siting of the building, the length of the building, both actual and apparent, and the height, and then the height and length of the roof walk. So if it could all just be a little more organically built into the neighborhood, I think that it would otherwise be a better fit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners who'd like to go? Carrie, I've seen you making notes.
Yeah, I've been making notes. So this building really does seem very long. There's no hierarchy in the massing. The roof walk, I think, is being questioned because usually you'd see a roof walk on a full two-story building, but when you add dormers and it still reads as a two-story building, but you don't really have a full second story, and then you have the roof walk, it throws off sort of the whole vernacular of what we expect to see. I have a lot of notes. I don't think there should be black sash either. The roof walk does seem too big. The garage facing the street is, it's not doing justice to the beauty of that road and a grand house. This is a grand house. It's big. It's not, but yeah, I just think it's not appropriate to have that style of garage attached to the building. That's your introduction to the house in this neighborhood. Let's see, the fenestration is chaotic on the west, but very symmetrical on the east, on the main mast, but then on the secondary mast, that's not symmetrical at all. It doesn't work. It just seems like two buildings crashed together. That's it for now.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Who would like to go next? Jesse?
Can we go up to the site plan again? Are we dealing with some wetland restrictions here?
Joe, did you hear that?
We have not gone before the Concom yet. We're waiting on the surveyor.
Okay, I can't read the plan all that well. If is there a delineation line of some sort somewhere?
Yeah, you can see the red, almost like a bubble line. That's the 100-foot, and there's a wetland across the street of Hollowell Lane.
It does. I mean, it seems like what's happening is that your conservation line is putting you at the higher ground, which kind of makes sense since water goes downhill. But if there was a way that we could get this sited where it's not the highest point on the property, that would be helpful. I agree with the garage in the front of the house, and looking at the doors. I agree with the roof walk being too large. And overall length, which I don't know how easy it would be, again, with the wetlands restrictions, but almost the way to break this up, if there was a perfect world, would be to detach the garage and make them two separate buildings. So the main mass isn't so long and square. And if you could add a little additive massing and make it a little bit more telescopic, it seems like it's all one plane on the ridge. And that's about it.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Val?
I'm still trying to figure it out.
Abby?
I agree with what's been said. I almost think the main mass should be 2-story. And like, there's other houses up there that are just colonial. And yeah, I think that would help with the hierarchy. I'd like to view and maybe have a stake or two put in where it's going, because I'm struggling to see where it goes with relationship to the house that's there, the house and other structure. Yeah. That's all I have for right now.
Okay, Abby?
Yeah, well, I'll start with the massing because if you're going to have two masses, I'd like to see them like different in size, more definition of that sort of additive massing. I agree with that. If you're going to have a garage, to have it incorporated into this main house right in this area, I don't know if that's appropriate. I mean, I'd almost like was suggested by Jesse to make the garage separate. The front fenestration, I guess that's the east. Where did it go? Is it the west? The west, okay. Oh, so what is the east is not the front? I think.
Yeah, go to the mic, please.
Oh, yeah.
And just state your name for the minutes.
Hi, I'm Nicole Schlitz. The comments got the east and west and north and south turned around.
Okay.
So west is facing west. West is facing towards Hallowell. That's the house is facing towards Hallowell Lane.
Well, no.
Okay.
So the front would be
So what
west.
you see front elevation west,
Mhm.
that's in your packet,
Yeah.
is front elevation. Oh, yeah. I do have a larger copy if it would be helpful.
Well, I just want to say that if the west is facing Hallowell,
Yes, in
the-
other words, the comments, I've just got the directions, are not. It's easy to get turned around there. So, where it says,
so this does not face Hallowell. That what's on the screen now, this is.
That's west, facing west.
So these are mislabeled?
Oh.
Yeah.
What am I looking at? Front elevation.
I think that's the front
So it
door.
is facing west.
It says east.
Facing west.
It should say west.
I think
It says
they
east.
just.
Yeah.
Oh,
It says both.
The bottom, it says east.
Oh, it says east.
Well,
That front elevation faces west, faces Hallowell.
All right, well, let me just start with what I think this is the front of the building.
Correct.
And I think the front door definitely needs to be identified and needs definition, like, build up the entablature around the front door or whatever it's called. And I said about the massing, I think that the right-hand side should be dropped or telescoped. I think that left-hand porch over porch I don't know if I've ever seen that before. And I've said about the garage being part of the main mass, I think I don't know if that is appropriate for that area. I would rather see a separated garage. And I'm not sure about the black trim.
No, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. It's always been white trim. There's no black trim. It never was
Okay,
supposed
so
to be.
when we,
Somehow
maybe
that
when in
got
revisions,
snuck
we'll correct that and the cardinal points. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Anyone else?
It's already been changed on the application.
Okay. So, Joe, I realize this isn't your design. I agree with many of the comments that have been made. I'd like to just establish a couple of things. One is, what's the visibility now? I understand Val has asked for a view with stakes. I'll get to that in a moment. But what's the visibility now of the west, which is labeled west and east? And what is it intended to be from Hallowell?
I would say the west elevation, or the elevation you're looking at currently on Zoom, I would say that first floor is going to be hidden by most of the existing vegetation because we have the 100-foot buffer and we don't want to clear the entire lot, but we do want to have somewhat of a front yard. So most of that first floor massing would be, screened. And if you go further down in the view packet, there are some site photos.
Okay, yeah, I just wasn't sure what I was looking at on those. Okay, so appreciate that information. With regards to the staking, Val, correct or confirm, the left, let's see, on the southernmost southwest corner of the garage and on the northwest corner of the front of the house. Joe, will those be visible? Can you make it visible from Hallowell and Sachem? Is it a cleared lot now?
No, it's all, keep going on the photos. Who's ever driving the bus? There should be a picture from the corner. There you go. So that's all the existing vegetation. You can see the Wise's house to the far left. You can see their existing garage, and then behind that is Steve Cohen's clients, Ray Pole, Botticelli Pole Design. And then the next ridge is the garage apartment on the Johnson's property. So we would be to the right of that garage studio on that image that's on screen.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Val, can you comment on where you'd like to see some?
I'm really confused. Where is that house on the site?
Yeah, I didn't have a point of reference.
The existing house?
No,
The
Joe.
house we're looking at.
Oh, right here. So, I mean, if you're looking at the screen, it's on your large screen. There's an image that says view from Sachem's and Hollowell Corner. It would be right where that flagpole is, basically right in line with that. Thank you. Was ever running the bus.
Okay. So it looks as if you can get some poles up for us to view.
Yes.
Okay, so we would be looking, I think Val is correct, on the front, what would be considered the front facing Hallowell, one on the corner of the house and one on the corner of the garage?
Yeah, just to give us a reference with regard to that structure, because
Okay.
I'm having a struggle figuring out.
Okay. To answer, okay, thank you. To confirm or answer Holly's question, the second floor deck, there is one on the front of HHM. It's actually quite a bit larger than this one. I'm not saying for or against, I'm just presenting the information. So what's our pleasure? Obviously, hold for.
Mr. Chairman, before you take a vote, can I make one note? I believe that Mr. Topham said that red line, the undulating line, was the 100-foot buffer zone. If that is correct, then this lot is effectively nearly unrestricted because, just for informational purposes, the Conservation Commission's restriction on structures is from the 50-foot buffer inward. So if that line is the 100-foot buffer, that means that house has 70 or 80 feet that it could move in. And I'm not suggesting it needs to move 70 or 80 feet, but I'm saying that there's, from a regulatory point of view, plenty of room. So just when Mr. Topham goes back to reconsider it, I just we shouldn't be using the 100-foot line as a no-go. It should be the 50-foot line. Thank you.
Okay. Thank
We
you.
weren't, Mr. Chair, through you, we weren't
Yeah.
stressing that. We were just pointing out where the 100-foot buffer is. And I think that Mr. Cohen is more worried about his client's view from the garage studio. So that's why I think there's a little bit of a comment from the abutters on this project. So thank you.
Okay, so I think I'm going to start when I'm chairing to handle these like a public hearing, and then we'll move through it and close off comments and just deliberate. Because we're kind of mixing things up and going back and forth. Last comment.
I just, I'm gonna give you some pictures, but there are many roof walks. Our neighbors have a roof walk that is 30-something feet long, so.
Okay,
Just a
what I'm
question
going to
about
ask is, what I'm going to request is that you submit them through staff for the
Okay, sure.
packet. And
Okay, that's great.
we'll be able to review them that way
Okay.
without
thanks.
holding up the
Thank you.
hearing
That's great.
unnecessarily. It'll be more productive for everyone.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Paul, did you want to comment?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is there any more comments from the?
I wanted to
commission?
know if, Joe, how much earth is being moved to flatten out the site for this house? It looks like a lot on that right-hand side, just on this particular elevation.
Looking at the east, Joe.
Can you leave?
Joe, are you still with us?
Yep, so we're looking at the east elevation. Sorry, I was on mute. So looking at the east elevation, we're going to cut the grade down 4 feet. We're going to lower the structure. So it is 27'6" tall structure, but it's going to be down at 23 feet, basically from Mr. Cohen's client's perspective. And then on the front side, we're going to add a couple of feet just so they have some front yard that they can use and enjoy.
Okay, thank you. And so Joe, it said otherwise, at least looking at the east elevation, the retainage will be on the house side. It's going to be
retainage-
swaled.
What's that? Say it again.
Is this going to be swaled or is there going to be retaining?
Swaled. No, all swaled, all natural.
Okay, but it will be the perimeter area of the lot will be higher than the house area.
The east.
You're cutting.
Yes, yes.
Okay, just want to make sure we're all clear on that. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. So some good points, some good questions. Sounds like there's quite a few options on revisions. Do we have any other? Would you like to make a motion?
Sure. Make a motion to do a site visit with poles on both ends of the structure. A site plan that's got a little bit more information that we can see that's clear. This is a little blurry. I kind of where the soil is moving, where you're cutting and where you're filling. And a site section, did I say that? And some revisions,
Okay.
right?
Can I reemphasize the clarity of the drawings and that the elevations are the right locations?
Okay, you're good with that? He's re-emphasizing clarity and requesting the cardinal points be accurately
Okay.
reflect on the elevations.
I'll add that to my motion. to
Okay, and you'll write
correct-
it up.
In revisions
in
to
a
correct
sense.
the cardinal points.
Okay,
North,
great.
south, east. Okay, yes.
That's Val's motion. On Val's motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Joe.
everyone.
Oh, wait, we don't write.
No,
it.
I was saying
Okay.
Okay.
facetiously.
Thank you, Stephen. All right, folks, let's see. Next up is 13 Rhode Island roof replacement. Yeah, moving out of state. Oof, dang, it's cold in here.
It's cold. It's really only
Should
7
I
o'clock.
just write it on a piece of paper?
I know.
No, I was
Oh,
just joking around.
okay.
Okay.
Just joking around.
Because
it kind of got, really long and
I
different.
know.
mean, it was
Change roof.
appropriate.
Are we all together here? Change roof material.
think they're on this other page, right?
Let's see what we got.
Mr.
All right,
Chair,
is there, what?
I just wanted to mention about this one. I don't
Yes.
think it's controversial and I don't think the applicant's here. But when I reviewed it, it seemed that the existing, it wasn't clear. The existing roof is a 3-tab gray. It's not clear
That's
on the
correct.
application. But I believe it's just a color change and not a type, because I didn't see anything in here that mentioned changing to architectural. So maybe it's just a clarification that we through staff need to verify.
Okay, so it's definitely 3-tab and the roof definitely needs replacing.
And the box that's checked says architectural
Where?
on the application.
At the bottom? I don't see it, but I'll take your word. And then cobblestone gray. Any, let's see, board on this, I guess we're to Jesse,
here.
right?
Right here.
Oh, wow, I didn't even know that must be new to the application. Oh, I've never even, it's only, the last time I looked at one of these was like 10 years ago. So Jesse, you'll be on this. Any
Yes,
comments
sir.
on this change to cobblestone gray architectural shingles?
And that is acceptable.
You like it?
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else?
You gotta bring in one of those reports again. I can't remember what they look like.
They are in the back of the HEC, the town building. Any concern over this application? There we go. Okay, the motion is to approve. That was Stephen, and Jesse's the one sitting on this application. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, now we're to 1 Jefferson, change door. Matthew. All right. Change door type. I know, isn't it just sitting there beckoning?
Be like a 13-year-old and break out a bunch of zits.
Oh, yeah, Jefferson right around the corner from my place. So you got this bubbled, Matt. What's changing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you scroll down, I think.
Oh,
there's-
yeah, I do see. I got it.
So.
You're taking that 3 light thing and adding side lights.
Actually, you approved the side lights. We're just looking to add glass in the door itself as well. So if you,
Oh, I actually don't see that.
I think if you scroll, that we include the previous approval.
Well, no, I see the previous approval, but
What's glass in the door, the top 2?
oh, wait a second. Oh, whoa. Okay. Yeah, I see it now. So it's not a 6-panel door anymore. It's a 3 light glass. It's sheet number 16 and 17 shows a detail. So Holly, you obviously have something. That's it, right, Matt? I mean, that's in terms of your, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this dwelling is a 2018, I believe, infill within the OHD, within the Fish Lot subdivision. The commission already reviewed a door change in 2020 with a solid door and side lights. The proposal is modern with lights in the door. However, I appreciate the historic precedent with photos that were provided. The existing pent roof is an atypical feature with these Greek Revival gable-ended historic structures. And some commissioner, didn't think it was appropriate at the time of its review, and I wanted to notate that. The proposed door should be beefed up with pilasters and recommend removing the pent roof if there needs to be a change to the previously approved. Per page 42, building with Nantucket in mind, number 54 Orange Street includes a projecting ionic portico. the two proposed elements together of the pent roof and the modern door surround doesn't work. I wanted to just emphasize that with these historic precedents that you look further down in the application, there's photographs of street views of Google of 50 Orange Street, which is a circa 1840 Greek revival, 54 Orange, which is a circa 1835 Greek revival. This one actually has a doorway with side lights shielded by an ionic portico. 66 Orange Street is a typical Nantucket. Obviously from 1820s, obviously the Greek revival elements, the Greek revival doorway was a later add-on with the pilaster doorway. 80 Orange Street I mentioned before, Greek revival with side lights, pilaster doorway, pilasters at corners supporting that entablature. And 10 Pleasant Street is a older 1780s typical Nantucket with a Greek revival door that was another later add-on. I think it's important to understand, yes, those are examples of these doorways, but were they original to the main architecture, or were they an added on addition into the correct time frame? And if you look at all of these examples, none of them have that pent roof. And I think that's what's from a Greek revival, a gable-ended Greek revival structure that's trying to emulate other Greek revivals within the historic district. That pent roof really throws it off once you add lights to the door. As it is, as it was approved, I think you all did a good job approving it that way. Once you add in the lights within the doors, I think it throws it all off. Those are my comments. I do believe you have comments from HSAG as well. Looks like they had 3 bullet points. I don't know if you all have those at all.
It's Matt's going to read them.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, it was it.
I don't see them. Sorry, bear with me.
Falling
Yeah, this is-
asleep.
Yeah.
Thanks, Val.
Thank you, Val. 1 Jefferson Lane, point 1, the proposed 3-light door is not an appropriate front door. It should remain a 6-panel. 2, the general rule has been to have glass in either the door or side lights, but not both. The exception being a 6-panel door with the top 2 glass. Point 3, the proposed side lights should relate to the door panels.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Okay, board members.
I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen.
One, I still feel pretty strongly, I guess.
Mr. Steven, sorry, we can't hear
Can you
you.
hear me?
Much better. Thank you.
I guess I was too subtle 2.25 years ago. This just to me is inappropriate with one of these Anderson storm doors.
I don't like it either.
Yeah, I think that an approval, I feel strongly that approval would be that the only storm door on this would be a wood storm panel. That's number 1. Number 2, I agree, if I understood the advisory group's comment on the fact that this should be, it's either side lights or door lights. Personally, I think the side lights are more appropriate. And so 6-panel door. And I do believe that as proposed with the longer side lights that refer to the windows versus the doors with a 6-panel door, that's going to actually, it's going to read much better than it's shown in the drawing, and it will be appropriate. I think the brackets are kind of, I know that they're existing, but I think they just add to the little bit of confusing mix, but they're going to stay. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Abby.
Do we have an option to take off that little roof over the door?
One thing, if I could through you, Mr. Chair, is I could bring that to the owner and that's something I could bring to them to say that we could get rid of that pent roof in lieu of a more substantial assembly with the pilasters. And I also note that the Historic Structure Advisory Group suggested in lieu of 3 lights, 2 lights. So I could certainly present that to them.
Yeah, that's where I was kind of going. I got excited when Holly said something about, doing a projecting, like a classic looking, maybe. So
Again, through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know if we have enough depth to
Okay.
the setback, but I think that in some of the examples that we presented, a lot of those were just essentially flush assemblies.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Abby. Carrie?
I don't think a more grand frontispiece and porch is appropriate. This is a 1.5 story, very simple building. And I think all the examples are much larger, full 2-story buildings. And I think the simpler, the better on this one. I think side lights that correlate with the panels in the door and 2 lights in the upper panels would be the most I think I could see in there. But not the full height lights that you have and not the full across glass. 2 glass and lights to match the door. That's my take.
Thank you, Carrie. Val?
I agree with Carrie. I think simple is best and that the door and the side lights correlate. And if there was no roof, that'd be great.
Okay, I agree with Val. So who agrees with Carrie? So I was loving the idea of getting rid of that little hip roof, loving it. And what goes in its place, I think almost anything would be better than that. I walk by there and I just really don't like those brackets so much.
I don't like them either. They're not reflective of
So
what we drew.
HSAB, to my surprise, actually said about having the side lights line up with the lock rail of the door, which is common practice. Okay, so that's number 1. And then they said, if you do that and you have 2 lights out of your 6 light door, the top 2 being glass, that is acceptable, which I believe is what Carrie and Val both said. And I'm saying, I think that would be acceptable arrangement. So,
Through you, Mr. Chair.
yeah,
Matt, you want to have this held for some minor revisions, including potentially the roof coming
Yes.
off?
Yes, if I could.
Okay, so that's my motion.
all right. So the motion is to hold for some minor revisions, like Matt
Thank you very much.
over with his owner. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thanks. Thanks, Matt. Okay, Tobias, it's to you. So
Sure, of course.
11 East Street.
yeah, there's something
Yeah, I
about
do
this
the
is
same.
weird.
Something about it is weird.
Yeah, I think
Oh, no.
there were. Can you imagine?
Somebody
Oh,
else
no.
on this.
Oh, no, Val.
This one's a pretty easy one. to help.
It is? Okay. Good. You like easy. Oh, are you off, Val?
Yeah.
Okay, Val's off, which means yeah, both of you guys are on. Got it? Okay, let's go.
All right, so this is 11 East Street,
Yeah.
the Brody property. You have already approved solar on the main structure to the right. We have some on the upper dormers and facing the and on the side of the structure on East Street. The address of this property is kind of more on the F Street side of things. This building was not constructed yet, so at the time when you approved the others, you wanted to wait till it was constructed. Pretty straightforward, solar on the upper dormers. There's already solar on the property. You can see the south elevation on the far right on the screen above. That's kind of coming down F Street, so you're going to see that the edge profile of the panels, but you're not seeing the panels directly.
Is this building built now?
This building is constructed.
And it's
Do,
wood.
oh, we do have photos. Oh, I see. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What
Yep.
about from the creek?
Yeah.
The creek, again, it'll be the side profile. So, they're high up on a dormer compared to what you can, there are a couple other solar projects
Mhm.
along the creek.
We're
This will
aware.
be the most minimally visible. Because again, on the north elevation, you'll be seeing the profile of the panels.
No, it's pretty flat dormers too.
And the
Oh.
roof color?
It's a wood roof. All the wood, all the structures on the property are wood. It's a very nice, I think the architect did a very nice job designing, it's all these low kind of wood cottages in Nantucket.
Mhm.
Question
Yes.
through Mr. Chair.
Hmm.
Tobias, am I to understand that this is a secondary structure on the lot?
This is correct.
Okay. May I comment?
Yeah. No, can I just check?
Yeah.
Holly, do you have anything to say on this one?
I do have a couple of comments.
All
I just
right.
wanted to mention, that is obviously a newly built structure, circa, I think 2020. Solar roof on wood. Tobias mentioned that you already approved previously on this site. Other than this being on a cedar roof and not on a black roof as recommended, the proposal seems appropriate. However, I just want to mention that this property is on Heather Creek, as mentioned, a public water body. There were no photos in the application on that visibility. I don't remember if we had discussed that previously. Excuse me, the commission discussed that previously in the last view, but if the commission was so inclined to request that, but this again being on a secondary structure that is obviously part of what your guidelines recommend. But that was where my thought process was a view on that structure. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Holly. Stephen, go ahead.
Sure. Well, first, I'd just like to say that prior to this application tonight, we approved 2 solars. That's 231 solars approved in the last basically 3 years, as opposed to Providence, Rhode Island. They've reviewed between 30 and 50, and they haven't approved all of
You're
them
kidding
in
me.
the same period.
No way.
I don't.
That's
Yeah.
a
Wow.
weird statistic. How do you know that?
Salem, Mass has reviewed 3. One of those was a solar powered skylight. They've approved 1, I believe, in the same period.
Gosh, wow. We are progressive,
I just wanted to mention that.
thanks to these guys.
Did Tobias tell you
Well, I
that,
think
by
it's
the way?
thanks to our guidelines.
And thanks to these guys for doing a good job.
It's
of
a team.
promoting
Everybody,
and getting it out.
everybody's in it together. It's love.
Yeah, group
Yeah, you
hug.
haven't been here
No.
long enough. We've been
Okay.
beaten over the head. and stuff.
Okay.
I think the relevant part is that these are being applied for and they're being approved. And we have guidelines that we're working on revising them to help people understand what can be approved and help designers make design structures that have more approvable roof plans. In
Architects
any
at the
event,
table.
on this particular application, my understanding of the guidelines is that this is approvable. It's on a secondary structure. The roof color is, in my opinion, not as relevant because of the fact that it is on dormers. So they're on a relatively shallow plane on what amounts to a 1 3/4 story structure. And visibility, I know, is not a metric for solar approvals on secondary structures. The concern I have with this application is that the profile, the height of the panel seems exaggerated. And I think I'd just like to have that addressed because it looks like they're, the better part of 6 or 7 inches up off the roof. And I thought that these were coming in at maybe max 4 inches.
That was my understanding.
So
To
this-
answer that question.
Yes, please, Tobias.
When we render it, it just looks, you can't even see it. So we render it above, but with
Okay.
all our panels, they're right in
Consistent.
that. It's the same of all the projects we do. We use the same hardware, the same panels.
Okay, thank
So
you.
it is that 4-inch number.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. Let's see. Val.
Not on it.
Oh, that's right. Jesse.
have no concerns. I think it's an appropriate application for solar.
Thank you, thank you. Carrie?
I agree. And I also think from Hither Creek, just looking at the topo, it's like 2 and well, 0 in the water, but you're up 14 feet.
And the
Oh,
roofs are still
interesting.
flat.
Yeah.
And the roof is up above that. So I don't think visibility, even if it were an issue, is an issue.
Unless you're on the flying bridge.
Hmm.
Thank you, Carrie. Abby?
I think I'm okay with this, but I would like to take a view, just to make sure, because I just have this feeling that there are a lot of solar going on Hither Creek, and I don't want to suddenly find that we've sort of overdone it on Hither Creek. So I'm a little bit worried about that. Like does that waterway start to look like? So I would be in favor of a view.
Okay, I think you're gonna get outvoted on this one because I'm actually okay with this. And I think the applicant has demonstrated that because they're on dormers, which is frankly is an idea that I love for a lot of reasons. I think it gets a lot of solar gain, the fact that they're angled so vertically. It's going to make them less visible, particularly when you're down at the level of the water. So I'm okay with this.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Oh,
Actually, I would like to make a
sure.
friendly add-on to that,
Yes, go
Jesse.
ahead.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. On the wood dormer roof due to the expanse of solar relative to the wood roof.
Oh, that it's covering most
Yeah,
of
it's
the
covering that wood roof.
plane.
And the other one is that if approved, Tobias says 232 solar approved. That I would like to hear.
He
You don't
has
have to say
say
it,
that?
Tobias.
Okay.
So
I'll
that's
say
Jesse's motion.
Okay, so Jesse, your motion is going to include the fact that they're covering most of the roof
Right,
plane.
just to make sure that's noted.
Okay. That is Jesse's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
One abstention. please.
One abstention. So 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you, Tobias.
Two,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yeah.
may, 232 approved, 1,200 approved on Martha's Vineyard.
Wow.
Wow.
They need to be a National Historic Landmark.
They're they're beating us, so got to get back
All
to
right.
smashing those grapes.
We're
Thank you
not
so much.
NHL.
Game
They have a
on.
lot more land.
Let's see. Is anybody here
Let's
to
stick-
rep
let's keep that to
8
football.
Swain Street?
Yes, I'm here, Ray. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Tori.
Hi. Happy New Year, guys.
Thanks. Same to you. Let me just check something out. Val, are you back?
Yeah.
Okay, Val's back. So we're to the rotation. Where did we leave off?
Jesse.
Jesse, it's to Jesse. So Jesse's sitting with you tonight.
Great.
Hit it. 8 Swain, go.
Okay, so we are looking to replace the windows. I was here for your conversation about 22 Walsh.
Yeah.
Completely appreciate the compromise with the trim. We are also open to that. This is a mixed bag of windows. If I could screen share, I can show you more detail on the interior and the exterior of the windows if you choose to look at that. It's a 6/6 here that probably was just replaced, without approval. There's a lot of 1/1s, and the detail on the 2/2s is kind of a half round that's glued to the glass. It's not a traditional 2/2s. Then there's a couple 2/2s that look like more traditional TDL muttons, but it still doesn't look like a traditional glass in between the muttons. There are SDL windows across the street on 2 new dwellings at 7 and 9. And there are SDL windows behind this house at 6 Swain. So with that, I look forward to your comments. Happy to screen share more details on the windows. We are not replacing any doors.
Very good. Thank you, Tori. Let's see, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So believe it or not, the HDC survey on file for this structure says it's an 1850. I
That's
do
what
know
I
that
see.
some of the structures, there's a couple of them that have moved, that were moved to this area, that are that vintage. Nonetheless, it's right outside of the OHD. Sorry, I'm in the office, so cleaning. Window survey, I didn't see that, Tori, in the application. Wanted to know, you know, I understand it's a mixed bag. We got 2/2s, 1/1s, but what the age and condition of the existing overall, from staff's perspective, SDL obviously is okay out of the outside of the OHD. And obviously, especially if these windows have, some of those windows have been replaced previously. I doubt there's anything that's vintage, but you never know. So I'm okay with it, but we should have a little bit more clarity on the conditions. That's all.
Okay, Holly, thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Chair, more
Yeah.
than happy to submit the window survey.
Okay, let's see how this discussion goes. Thanks, Tori. Who would like to start on this one?
I will.
All right, Val, thank you.
Tori, none
Yes.
of the windows are original.
Are
That's a
you asking
question.
if they're original? Is that your
Yeah.
question? I would have to defer to the contractor to figure that out. If you want me to screen share, I can show you some photos. It's a little more than I've ever seen before in any house. The muttons are literally glued onto the glass like a half round. It's not a traditional 2/2 window.
I don't see anything.
Not yet.
No. If you want me to, I can screen share. is
Oh,
what
no,
I'm-
go for it.
Okay.
We're all
Holly,
waiting.
do you have to give me permission?
What?
Nope.
I didn't know if
permission.
Holly
Go
had to
ahead.
give me permission.
Go for it.
Okay. I believe. Share. Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Okay. You are sharing.
The important part.
How do I get back to, do I just scroll through?
I guess.
Sorry, this is the first time I'm screen sharing.
Oh,
New share. No, I want to go.
Tori, unshare, open up your, double click on one of the images, unshare, and then share the application that has the image, because then you can just scroll through it.
So go like that?
Yeah,
Did that do it?
yeah,
okay,
and
so
then you
that,
should be able to
that's,
scroll now.
just while we're on this, that is definitely a replacement sash.
So that is not 8 Swain Street, that's 6 Swain Street.
Oh, that's not
behind-
that's not your house?
No, I was showing examples of
Oh,
the
okay, yes,
SBLs
right.
that are surrounding it.
Right, so let's see yours.
Okay, let me go back.
Actually, while we're on this,
Yep,
I just want to comment that the casings make these windows. That's it. Thank you.
Was that with reference to that other guy, Walsh?
Well, yeah.
Sorry.
I mean,
I'll explain what I was
That's your
talking about a
taxes.
little later.
Okay.
sorry.
no, this is-
How do I get out of the, there you go.
All right, I just unshared you.
Thank
Why
you.
don't you go in there? Get
Tori,
your
that was a
pictures,
draft
and then
document,
share.
right?
Okay, so do what, Holly?
You click on your picture and then do what Steven said, then you can go and share. So as long as you have it on your screen, then you can share it.
Okay, this is 6 behind us. This is 6.
We don't see
Six.
anything.
No.
This
Nope.
is across the street.
We
No.
don't see
We
anything.
don't see
We
anything.
see you.
Oh, you
and
don't?
see us.
Okay,
And we don't need theirs. We just want to see the houses.
okay. I'll start with that. Okay, so now I have it on the photo. Holly, do what?
Yep,
Now
you
hit screen
You gotta
share.
hit the, yep, share the screen, then pick your screen when it pops up.
Got it. Share.
There you go.
Okay. Now that's your house?
This
That's
is our
it?
house.
Okay. Okay, we're getting the picture, yeah.
This is like one of the ones that's been replaced. In the back, out of
Yeah.
view.
Gotcha.
That's another one on the back.
Yeah,
These are, let me go back for a minute. That looks like an actual true divided light.
but it's pasted on.
Yeah, it's pasted.
Yeah,
Is that the word?
well,
Those are all single. These look pasted as well, or in between the glass. This is the old school half round.
yeah.
There's a close up of it.
That's lovely.
That was done by a carpenter with some material from Marine Home Center. Yeah,
And some.
This looks like, I think, a traditional, but the glass still doesn't look like it's in between the muttons.
all right. Hey, Tori, I think we're getting a picture here. I'm
Okay,
gonna-
great.
I'm gonna start the discussion.
Yeah, yeah.
Great.
Okay. Oh, Tori,
Yes,
important question. What are you replacing them with?
we would like to do Anderson's SDL solid wood. Or no, Anderson doesn't do solid wood. The preference would be Anderson's SDL. If you prefer solid wood, and or if the compromise is similar to 22 Walsh to emulate the exterior trim in order to go with Anderson's, we're more than able to compromise on all of that.
Well, and also, what's the light cut?
2/2.
2/2 for everything, right?
Yes, correct,
Because right now you have a mixed bag.
correct.
Okay. 2/2 Anderson SDL. Is
Yes,
that what
please.
I'm hearing? Okay.
Correct.
Okay,
Right.
thanks. Comments, board.
Can
Go.
we have Tori put up a, Tori, do you have a picture of the house that just shows an elevation?
Yeah, she has.
Yes, I think it's with the application.
Yeah, I
I
think we
couldn't
have.
get mine to open. I'll try it again.
Yeah, it's there.
I
I'm
stopped sharing. Are you
looking.
guys able to?
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you
We'll
have
take
this
it from
one,
here.
Stephen?
Okay, we
There you
got
go.
it. Yeah, stop, thank you. Mine wasn't open.
Okay. Did you want to start? Or,
No, I think, yeah, I guess so. No, yeah, no. Tori
Can't
said-
hear you, Steve.
Tori said it best. The trim package is going to make the difference on these windows, and the Anderson 2/2 with some nice casing detail, I think is appropriate.
okay, thank you. Abby,
I agree with that.
okay, thanks, Val.
Is there any thought to doing like the wood right on the front at least, and then the rest?
What is Woodwright, just so I know? I should know. It's Anderson, right?
Yeah,
What is it?
it's wood instead of vinyl.
Oh, well, she just said you can't get wood with, I mean, hey, Tori,
Yes,
so Val has just educated me that Anderson does make a wood window called Woodwright.
okay. More than happy, I'm sure, to
Can we do
compromise on
that?
Yes,
All right, I think everybody would feel more comfortable with that rather than a vinyl window.
no problem.
Okay, thanks. Val, that was it?
Yeah,
Okay, and then who was it? Jesse?
Yeah. Good with it.
Good. Okay, sounds like we're looking at replacing everything with Anderson Woodwright 2/2s, correct?
8/4 head casing, 5/4 side.
Fine, that can be your motion, right?
Yeah, that is the motion.
so
That
they're
is-
all consistent?
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just so I'm clear. Are you saying wood right throughout the house or only on the
Yes.
front elevation?
The Woodwright, may I?
Yeah.
The Woodwright's going to be more cost economical for versus the A series.
Okay,
And it would be, it'd be fine, Tori. I'm not.
okay.
Wait, let me make sure I got it. Woodwright's less?
Yeah, it's primarily a wood frame with a vinyl cladding and a wood interior.
Oh, okay.
I love the door.
All right. So you're saying Woodwright everywhere?
Yeah,
Your
Woodwright
motion-
with casing.
Woodwright everywhere.
Yeah,
Yeah, the casings as specified, 8/4 and 5/4, right?
Yeah, the door is great.
Isn't the door
Okay,
great?
so everybody, that is Stephen's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? All right, great. 25 Walsh.
Thanks so much. Yep, I'm here for that one too.
Yep, we know.
And Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
that was through staff, correct?
through
Yes.
staff. Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. If we can try to be more, I guess, cognitive of through staff motions, because here pretty soon we're not gonna have our famous minute taker. So we're gonna at some point. So anyway.
Okay, well,
Early announcement on the
Yeah,
retirement.
Yeah, one more meeting after this one because I won't be
my.
there
no, come
Thursday.
on, you're kidding me.
You guys,
Are
let's
you-
have a
are you-
huge party for Terry.
She's joking with this, I think.
I don't think she is.
I don't think she is.
Are you not kidding?
No, no, I'm not. Next Tuesday will be my last meeting with you guys.
Oh,
I
my
can't be there
God.
Thursday because I have a conflicting meeting. I have two conflicting meetings.
Wow.
Good for you, Terry. You
I'm
rocked on.
totally happy for you, but I don't know what we're gonna do without you.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I concur.
Wow.
That's some news. Okay, Tori, 25 Walsh, you're putting on like a dormer and a roof walk here.
Yep, if we want to scroll up, thank you for scrolling down. We are proposing an exterior deck that currently exists. Other way, sorry. Is it? Yeah, thank you. I think all the way to the top, or at least to the elevations. There's a deck. We're proposing to bring that out and enclose it into a dormer. And then you'll see on the elevations above more detail.
All right. Holly, I think you got something on this one.
Yes, sir, I do. So for the record, there's an HTC survey on file for the structure circa 1953. NHL data actually says 1940 bungalow, and that it was originally a part of the White Elephant as a guest house. This proposal, although this dwelling is off and addressed on Wall Street, it is actually accessed from Willard, so it's flanked by two different streets. The porch enclosure proposed is on the Walsh side, which is the east. The plans should show the existing elevations versus the proposed. These do not, this bungalow does not meet building with Nantucket in mind regarding roof walks, which is page 84, where historically they're found on houses 2 or plus stories, not appropriate on a 1.5 story, specifically not appropriate on a bungalow. And I believe you all have come across this in the past. Definitely not appropriate. Enclosing the second floor deck area into a second floor area with a dormer is not appropriate. The dormer does not comply with building with Nantucket in mind, page 72. They should be in modest proportion to the rest of the house with a minimum of a 4 and 12 pitch. Proposed is a 3 and 12 pitch. It also does not meet the setback off the face and gable end. And as proposed, overall not appropriate, although obviously understand the intent. You all did receive HSAG comments as well. They pretty much had the same comments as I did, not appropriate. And it doesn't meet the 2-story criteria for a roof walk. So very, very similar comments. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
Holly, thank you. Carrie, you're on this one, so who wants to go?
I'll go. I
Thank
agree
you.
with Holly completely. I think
Yeah.
part of it is the fact that.
Carrie, you need your microphone, please. Sorry.
Sorry, I agree with Holly completely. And I think part of it for me is that the porch, even though part of it's infilled, is so obviously an additive porch. It doesn't even run across the entire front of the building. So it really reads as a weird sticking point to have the dormer come on to that porch roof. and become a dormer.
Okay,
And the roof walk, not appropriate on this little building.
okay. Thank you, Carrie. Stephen?
I agree with Carrie.
Stephen agrees with Carrie. Abby?
No, I agree. If you're going to put a dormer on the front of the house, I would pull it back onto the main mast. And I don't think it's appropriate to have a roof walk on this 1.5 stories.
Thanks, Abby. Val?
I agree with my fellow commissioners, and.
Can't hear you, Val.
Sorry. I agree with my fellow commissioners, and if this is coming back to us with revisions, can we have all of the elevations?
Can we have all the elevations and also can we have the existing?
Yeah, in the existing versus proposed.
Right. Is that it, Val?
Yeah.
Yeah, so sadly, Tori, I think there's unanimity on the board about both the roof walk and the extended dormer. I think that the dormer is already beyond the porch plane. It breaks the plane of the main gable. But that's the way it is. But to exacerbate that incongruity more in any way is I think going to be moving in the wrong direction. So you basically don't have support for this. You want us to move for revision so you can kick it around?
I would love to. I have one question, if I may, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Would extending the dormer to become possibly removing the roof walk and or limiting its size and presence, would extending the dormer to become an alternate roof plane as a single roof plane rather than the gable cut-ins? Would that, if that's the right term?
I don't follow that.
Just creating a different pitch on the back roof to create.
No. Are you
Okay.
saying like just basically lift the whole back portion of the roof up?
Encompass the whole roof plane.
Yeah, I think that's not going to work for you.
Okay.
I mean, look, I'm answering for the board.
No,
I
no, no,
should-
just a question that
I'm
the
not visualizing.
client had,
at all.
yeah.
So I think you got to think about this one a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so motion, please.
Oh, yeah. Motion to hold for revisions.
Thanks. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thanks, Tori.
Thanks so much.
Matthew, it's to you again. Daisy Way, commercial structure.
Daisy Way.
Yeah, Daisy.
Oh, thank you.
Charlie Baker used to own it.
Thank you.
You know, in terms of like the history, the local history of the island, I think that John McLaughlin is giving the baton to Val.
There you go.
I worked on it, that's how I know.
Val Oliver, the next John McLaughlin.
That's frightening.
So how many more years are you gonna be on the HGC to make it 50?
Maybe not even this whole year.
Oh, stop. Don't say that. Don't say that. Okay.
I'm so happy to see a commercial building that's not like a big warehouse. Thank you.
Yeah.
Matt.
Okay, so is that a motion?
You got
okay.
anything to say, brother?
Yeah, just that this is a commercial structure. It's going to be mixed use, but no residential applications. Combination of workshops, first floor, some office space, first floor, and second floor will be all office space. And to your point, we did intentionally try to make this read as a commercial structure, but have some sense of additive massing to the extent that we could. There's also somewhat of a unique footprint allowable building footprint. And so we tried to maximize that, but then also utilize that so that we could create somewhat of an interesting building. There is a element on the building that I just want to point out, which is on the south elevation, and it's in the form of I hate to use the word tower, but that specifically is to house the elevator lift because we do need to provide
Very cute.
accessible route to the second floor and the basement. And without trying to create kind of a larger, bulkier building to hide that necessary shaft, we implored that architectural element. So with that, look forward to the comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Holly, I can't imagine you have anything to say about this one, but if you do. I don't think she does, right? Okay, board members?
I'll go.
Yeah.
Somebody said it was a relief to see, what did you say, Carrie? I
I'm just
totally
glad to
agree.
see a commercial building that,
It's,
has some.
yeah, I
character.
mean, I can breathe. So I'm okay.
Okay, great. Carrie, you want to
Yeah, I
finish
think
up?
the tower is a brilliant
Yeah.
whimsical thing. Anywhere else, it might not be appropriate, but in this little neck of the woods, it's cute.
I thought he was sort of like referring, to the tower at the airport because it's so close.
Oh.
Like this is like my little nod to the airport tower.
Yeah, they'll actually probably
You
ask
could
us to put lights
A
on it.
couple of socks out there.
Yeah, windsock on top. Okay, so Carrie's good. Stephen,
Just would bear with me a second.
well, I can go to
I'll
Yeah.
Val.
Perfect.
Yeah.
My only request would be the gable.
Microphone.
My only request would be the gable windows in the big gable to be smaller.
That's a good one.
I can do that.
Especially like the west facing the street. It just reads like I don't know, just a smaller size.
Maybe just the B size.
We could do that.
Okay.
All right, good. Stephen.
Yeah, Matt, the turret's interesting. I think it needs to be bigger.
Okay.
It's just it's like it's just this dinky little thing. It's an interesting architectural element and I think it could be bigger by a third
We could certainly make it
or at least a
larger.
quarter.
When
you
does
know,
that ever happen?
I know. I
Yeah,
wouldn't expect
we need
that.
to make the turret bigger. Boy, I have like half a dozen clients that would like pay money to hear you say that.
Well, I'm taking donations. Oh, wait, is my mic on? Just joking.
Okay, so did I get everybody? I did. To that, like, not only do I not object to the turret in this case, because it's sort of facing away from Old South Road back to the airport, that, Stephen's right. It's sort of like right now, it's only the size of the actual shaft, the required shaft, but it could go a little bit larger. So there was more intentional looking,
What
right now
about if it
just looks
ties
like.
into the dormer? Like you'd see that, wouldn't you, in an old house up on the cliff?
Yeah, you could. That's making it quite a bit larger.
Oh.
And it's actually pushing it outside of that interior corner. If I understand you correctly. Yeah, I do understand you correctly. Well, anyway, I don't mind it getting bigger. Do we want to move this in some way? Somebody want to craft a motion?
I would do it as is, 'cause I think any bigger and it's gonna
Okay.
get
Well, we'll try an as is. All right.
not as cute and turrety.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the motion is to approve this as submitted. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Just wanted
Okay.
a smaller window in the
Carries.
gable.
Oh, yeah.
I'll make that window smaller.
Yeah, just give her a smaller
Yeah,
window.
I'll make that window smaller.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Matthew. Let's see. Do we have somebody here to rep 10 Westmore?
Westmore.
Anybody?
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't see anyone in the
Nobody.
queue.
JGGA.
That's Goldsmith.
Oh, okay.
Graham does all the stuff over at Westmore. Okay, so I think we're going to pass those over, right, guys? Okay, is James around? Woodbury Lane?
Yes, I'm still here.
Mr.
Still here.
Chairman,
Yes.
sorry for the interruption. Number 22 was already approved on December 20th. It was the
Oh.
last application.
That is correct.
Okay, so strike that. That was the one that blew up, right? Or no,
This was
never
the
mind.
garage.
Yeah, okay. All right, so then we are onto the main dwelling at 9 Woodbury. Let's see, Jesse, is this you?
I believe so.
Okay. Demo garage, hardscape, new dwelling.
Which one are we doing first? New dwelling?
We're doing the new dwelling because the demo move off was already approved.
Say on it. Anybody who was the me on it. To keep it consistent.
This is new business.
This was the dwelling was approved on 12/20, and I believe it was only Mr. Pohl, maybe Steven, Jesse and Abby, possibly.
Can I ask some? Did you say the dwelling was approved?
Excuse me, the demo.
Demo, yeah.
No,
garage,
just the demo was approved at that time.
Do you remember?
Sorry, guys, my camera wasn't working.
No, we did it. This is a flat.
Oh,
Yeah.
so Val?
Yeah.
Do you feel comfortable sitting?
I thought there was a house over there that had
no.
been going back and forth in discussion and
Uh-uh.
neighbors were involved and.
No.
Barnabas, that's the other one that he's doing. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I thought the same. I was in the same confusion, but apparently James has the
No,
neighborhood.
just down, no, I do not. Just down the street, though. This is a slightly different structure from what's on Barnabas, but this is not that far away in the same neighborhood.
Okay.
As mentioned, the demo of the existing garage, the main house or the existing house was removed post the fire from the explosion next door. The structure next door has been partially rebuilt, as you can see in some of the existing photos. If you prefer, I can drive, or you guys can drive if you.
Well, we're all driving our own little Ferraris down here.
Oh, great.
So. All right. Let's see. James, anything in particular you want to say about this?
I'm sure just in general, this is essentially a 5-bay with an attached garage. We're not going edge to edge. We're holding 10 feet off both setback sides. This is a slightly more simple structure than what we proposed at Barnabas. Its colors right now are Nantucket gray with a black sash, 2/2. You can see that 2 neighbors next door are also 2/2, similar in look, but not necessarily in massing. So this telescopes into the backyard. There are some distinct restrictions based upon Conservation Commission. The next door neighbor, the house that was reconstructed, is essentially all within the 50 setback, but they used existing foundations to work on top of what the existing is. A lot of this property is within the 100. And with the request of putting a pool in, we do not have a lot of opportunity to put a pool anywhere else than where we proposed. That's forthcoming in the next application that you see. So that forces us to keep the bulk of the mass outside of the 100 and then telescope into the backyard. So the trim is fairly simple on the structure. 1x8, 1x3 fascia and eave, and fairly straightforward as a massing that you can see. So I look forward to any comments or questions from the board.
Okay, and you shall get them. Okay, Holly.
Yes, thank you. So as you all are probably aware, this is Woodbury, and Woodbury subdivision is actually a representation of post-1955 architecture in our NHL update. This subdivision, yes, it was created in the 1980s, but it emulates Nantucket architecture, and it's listed as a representation of that architecture in our update, which is pretty cool and profound. There was an existing HDC survey on file for the previous structure built in circa 1888. It was a federal style 5-bay with a central chimney. This replacement dwelling is very modern for this contemporary subdivision that represents old Nantucket, typical Nantucket federal architecture. From the window sashes, front door, pent roof, garage door on the secondary mass to the style of the garage door, which is a swing. The additive massing is oddly arranged along one plane and not broken up with setbacks of dimension and following building with Nantucket in mind. Page 106 and 107 of building with Nantucket in mind for proper additive massing should be referred to, specifically figure 93 for additive massing principles. Window placements inside elevations not appropriate. 3 double French doors with a deck not appropriate. Exterior chimney not appropriate, although may not be visible. Proposed windows are squatty. SDLs are proposed in this structure in the OHD. Is this in the OHD? Yeah, I think it is. I will notate that I know the abutter that came in to do the replacement structure. I believe there was a combination of SDL and TDL, but don't quote me. Maybe one of the commissioners will remember that. I think
That is
that's
correct,
obviously
Holly.
imperative. Okay, thank you. You did your research. Good.
That-
I do
Or so
think
I've been
that's
told, yes.
I think that's important. I think it was a Ben Norman design. I think it's important to, to look at that because both of these properties are obviously having to rebuild after that catastrophic blow up, if you will.
And we're happy to mimic that, by the way. Sorry to
Hang on,
keep going.
That's
James,
fine.
hold off, bud.
So
Sorry.
as far as my staff recommendations go for this structure, I do feel that you need to refer to building with Nantucket in mind and the previous dwellings, the existing structures in the neighborhood for a more of a infitting structure, understanding we're in a different time frame, but at the same time, this is very, very modern compared to the other structures. I didn't see any other structures in the neighborhood that had 2/2. I'd love to see them and see how they're incorporated, but this feels very, very modern and not in keeping with the subdivision. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Holly. Now, general question occurred to me. Does Woodbury Lane still have its architectural review board?
Yeah.
Do they?
Yes.
They're still active? So,
Didn't we have to
Wait.
refer to them at least a couple of years ago? I'm pretty sure. They put in.
James, are you clear that they?
I've been told by neighbors, and we haven't received comments on Barnabas, just for frame of reference. I believe that the HOA has deferred to HSAG and the HDC is their board now. There isn't a secondary party, to the best of my
Interesting.
knowledge.
Okay, that's interesting. All right, fair enough. Who would like to start?
I'll go. Oh, go ahead.
Val.
I agree with a lot of what Holly said. It does feel too modern and suburban rather than the houses in there that emulate old historic town. The massing with all the eaves at the same height on the wings and trailing to the back is a bit unusual. The windows, 2/2, there are 2/2 windows in there, but they go mostly with a more Victorian style
Correct.
house. The B windows seem rather squatty to me as 2/2s. There are also places in there that have garages. I'm not sure they're attached, but they may be set back further, which makes them okay. I'd have to drive through there again. But I think all in all, I agree with what's been said. Look to what's around you and follow that model.
Very good.
There's no returns or,
Well, I would say look to Main Street and look
Yeah.
to Pleasant Street.
yeah.
Thank you, Val. Stephen.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'd say it a little different. More traditional architecture, more traditional details. The massing is either too large or the windows are too small or both. So,
Okay. Abby.
Yeah, the massing seems blocky, windows seem squat and modern. I think it's an odd use of the site to include a pool, making a 5 bay and, left over. I wondering if it wouldn't relate more to more of a historic house if it had a chimney on it. I realize there's one in the back, but on one of those main masses, it would break up that blockiness. Thank you.
Very good. Jesse, it's you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, James, do you know if there's any other attached garages in this neighborhood?
I believe there is. There are some detached in other locations too. I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but I can certainly track that down.
Okay.
And I will note, oh, sorry, I'm not to further comment. Keep going, Jesse, my bad.
That's fine. So yeah, maybe some more examples of that would be helpful. Oh, where did I go? Oh, I got it. All right. Oh, you do have a chimney, but it's on the back. You know, I agree with the board. I think adding some more lights would be really helpful with this design. It looks a little, I mean, it's not a bad design by any means, but it doesn't look in character of the neighborhood. Maybe adding something to the door or changing the pediment on the door. I don't know what to do with the garage doors. They're bothering me, but either make it look more like a house or make it look more like a garage. And right now, it looks like it's just kind of in between. And
yeah.
Yeah, and a chimney, I think, even if it's not a real one, would really add some character to it as well. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jesse. So just to sort of underscore what's already been said, I think more traditional detailing, pilasters rather than just corner boards at the corner, more articulation of the rakes and eaves. I don't like this little sort of shed roof over the front door. It's inappropriate. It should be more like a frontispiece of some kind. The 2/2s, to Val's point, should be 6/6s, in keeping with the vintage that this is replicating rather than the Victorian. Yeah, I could get more granular, but I'm not. I like Jesse's point about the ambiguity between the garage door sitting underneath it, what is, clearly a bedroom or something on the second floor. So those are my comments. I think we're looking for some revisions here.
One more comment,
Oh, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair.
Yep.
The color scheme, black.
Oh, yeah.
And gray is not appropriate.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so can we have a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Sounds good. All those in favor of Val's motion to hold for revisions, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And can we track the pool and hardscape?
Yeah, because he might.
That James?
Are you asking me? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Certainly, I would presume that,
I
I don't know if you want to make comments on it now.
Let's work on the house, get that moving along, and then we can revisit the pool and hardscape, which you're obviously not going to do until you get the house approved anyway. So can I have a motion to track pool and hardscape?
Motion to track pool and hardscape.
That sounds great. Thanks. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, no opposed. Okay.
I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks a
you.
lot. See you.
Have a good evening.
Okay, on to old business now. Do we have Mirka? Mirka.
We do not, Mr. Chairman.
How about old Matthew has left the auditorium? Seriously?
Well, we probably thought Westmore was gonna get burned.
He
Yeah.
might be in the hall. I could go check. Oh, darn.
Maybe we should
He
get-
could be out there making some phone calls.
Maybe we should get James back.
Matthew.
Get that
Matt.
pool.
Well,
Let's talk pool. No, can I ask a question? Just
yeah, of course you can.
while we're here.
Yeah.
Are we going 4 to 8 or are we just going as far?
Doing what?
Just from a timeline perspective, the meeting schedules. have
No,
shifted
we
a
go
little bit?
4 to 8:30.
You are doing 30. Okay, just making
Yeah.
sure. Because I dropped off like 2 meetings ago because I thought you guys were done. And you guys went
No, it's standard
further.
going to 8:30 and sometimes we run a little bit over, but we try not.
Noted. Understood. I'm not trying to keep you guys here any later. So thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, let's talk pool.
So are we going to do
No,
this pool?
unless someone else is available.
Well, I'm available.
Oh, you are. Okay.
You know,
sorry.
I'm down. I wasn't expecting to go, but
Sorry.
I mean, do we even have the board? Let's see. The only person that's missing is Diane on mine. I'm down to 11. Sorry.
Down to
Sorry,
4.
whoa. Oh, my God.
12,
The
13,
name of
4.
the trust is 11 Lincoln Avenue. I'm sorry. It's 32 Jefferson. And it's up to you guys.
Oliver Thornwell.
Well, there's four of us. There's four of us
Yeah.
here.
Well, I'm fine doing it with 4.
So it's up to the applicant. And then
Okay,
we'll-
the applicant is fine if
Okay.
the board is
Get
fine.
it done.
the applicant needs to get on the other side of the
Oh, I'd
table.
rather have 4.
And I'm not on this one, so that means
No, we got to,
Not so fast there, Buster.
okay. 32 Jefferson.
gotta listen to the boss.
Mirica.
She's not here.
Yeah, then it'll be Ethan Griffin, architect.
And I'm not on that
So
one.
take
either.
as long as you want, just drag it out.
We don't have to adjourn at 8:30.
No, we
That's
can leave
true.
early.
You know, we can give ourselves a break.
Okay.
It's true.
Or you can just have a very long draw when
Are
you
we looking
speak.
at the
and
house
speak
revisions
slowly.
or the
Yeah.
hardscape? The house
We're
revisions?
looking at the house revisions.
House revisions.
Mr. Paul will tee us up now, please.
Okay, so this was the house that we've had a number of iterations on. It's an existing house, sits up on the hill. I'm sure you all remember it well. We got it approved at a certain height. The neighbors up on the hill, including one of my clients, said, well, we don't like it that high. So we basically cut the grade down and brought the house down. In so doing, though, the windows on the second floor, which you can see on the front elevation, which is south down lower right-hand corner, that's the front. That's what you see from Jefferson. There was a space in the previous iteration because of the roof pitch. There was a space of at least 2 shingle courses between the top of the windows and the eave. And you folks said that you'd rather see that eave come down. So I changed the roof pitch so that the eave came down so that it's now just above the window heads. And I think that's all we did. Yeah.
The dormers popped up a little bit on the roof.
The dormers did
new
go
building.
back, yeah, because
Yeah.
the roof pitch,
Mhm.
thank you, Carrie, doing my job for me.
Just noticing.
Because the roof pitch got steeper, we were able to push the dormers further back away from the eave because the pitch of the roof allowed the sills to stay where they were and had us move it further back. So that is a change, yes.
Okay. Any other information you'd like us to have?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, the height of the main mast didn't go up though, right?
It did not go up. In
Yeah.
fact, it actually has gone down in absolute terms above sea level. It's gone down 1.5 feet from what was approved.
Thank you.
Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember this whole site from start to finish, because you're almost there at the finish line. The existing structure on the lot is a circa 1980. In my understanding, and you all got, I think, a demo approval. And I just wanted to clarify that the overall arching proposal is demo structure with that approval and build this one, correct?
That is correct.
All
Yes.
right. Overall, my comment is appreciate the changes and showing the area of the previously approved design on the plans in blue. I think it's very helpful. No further concerns, and the advisory group also had no concerns as well. So good job.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Wow.
No concerns.
I can go if you want, Stephen.
Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate the changes. I think this is the best iteration we've had. I think it really looks great and, yeah, I think you did a really good job.
It's a very good looking building.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
No, I agree. I love the change in the roof pitch.
My comment too, one, I think appreciate the changes, but I have to ask, isn't there a 30-foot limit?
Actually, we're good. I checked it out with Art Gasparo.
Because this says 31 and a half.
It's 31.5, but we're cutting the grade. So when you do the grade averaging, it works out.
Oh, right. It's, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, I just want to
Like,
check on that.
It's that average of existing and proposed grade.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Just we'd be remiss if we didn't check on that. Okay. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Now stick with this one.
Yeah,
No, trust me, this is it.
this isn't a trick.
My owners are like, really?
Is Ethan with us?
I don't think we have anybody else.
I think we should go home.
Hey, Sarah, you want to represent some of these?
You want to be on the board?
Val?
There's a lot of windows.
What about 68 Washington Ave sidewall
Well-
windows?
Well, what about the list of participants?
Oh, sorry, you're not on that.
I'm not on
Because
that
I
one.
just found out
Why not? do
when
it?
I was roughing it, I didn't submit.
Where are we now? Oh, down, way
Rick
down.
Kalman.
Who are the
Yeah.
participants?
The only participants I have is Diane,
So
Terry,
how's
and
Hollis doing? Doing
Tori,
a good job? Well, it says 7.
and
Yes.
Holly.
iPhone.
Yeah, the iPhone.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I'm happy to represent, but I don't
Well,
think you have what you need, right,
Been a
Esme?
slow process.
Who's that?
That's.
That was
Who is
Tori.
iPhone.
For who?
Hang on, folks.
Yeah.
That we have a participant under iPhone. You there?
Yes.
Are you representing an application?
No, I'm in a butter.
Okay, for what address?
Yes,
To Highland.
Okay, thank you.
to Highland.
We're not getting to that tonight.
That's
Oh, yeah, no, we're all flattered that you stuck it out and listened to our board, but no, we're not going to get to that. Definitely not.
Through you,
So
Mr.
Val-
Chair.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
can do it. It's easy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I'll let Val go first. I just wanted to try and talk about what you're.
which one are you, Tori?
So, Esme, if I'm correct, you don't have what you need for everything that might be coming up, but 121 Orange, I believe everything is there. Is that right? It's photographs
Orange.
for a demo of the barn and the shed.
I think that's under additional future action items we can't act on.
Oh, okay. Yes, you
I'm
are
sure
correct.
that we don't have that stuff.
Yeah, you're correct, Steve. That's right.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay. No
Okay,
problem.
so Val, that leaves you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So here we are, folks, 68 Washington Ave sidewall windows.
This is a little building right on the harbor. You
68.
approved this year, or last year, sorry, a French door on the rear, which I did do the drawings for.
Okay.
The owner wants to replace the windows that are there with Brosco true divided light wood and storms like are there presently, and re-sidewall and reshingle the roof.
In like kind?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
I don't recall ever having to approve sidewall. It just,
well, it's just on there.
is
on
it
the
just shingles?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's take that right off because you don't need to ask for that. And replace in like kind the windows. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so do we actually have comments, Holly, on this? Oh, I see. Yeah. Cute little.
Mr. Chair, you did receive comments from HSAG. Should be-
Okay.
Should
Oh,
be TDL.
yeah, Val's gonna read them.
Okay.
And do you have anything?
I have not got down this far yet, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
all right.
Thank you.
It says the window manufacturer and style should be identified and should be TDL. Initially, he wanted to apply for SDL, but I told him it isn't going to happen. So
Mhm.
they're Roscoe, true divided light.
And these are this is probably all Brosco right now, right?
And Mr. Chair, for the record, this is, the vintage is a 1960s structure within the OHG.
It's beautiful.
Okay, thanks very much. All right, so let's see. Did I just hear a motion?
Yeah, it's mine.
Okay, Carrie has made a motion to approve. Let's give it a try. All those in favor of Carrie's motion to approve this as submitted?
Can I just-
Oh, no, sorry, hold the motion
There's
for a second.
The windows we're replacing have 6 lights in them, is that correct? Or are they?
Yeah,
no
yes,
light?
there's 6 light
Yeah,
windows.
Six lights,
3/3, I think.
Well, okay,
Yeah, because
they're
in the
not-
drawing, this, there are no.
hang on. So when you say 3/3, it usually means 2 panes, 3 lights, 3
What does
lights.
the picture look like?
These are awning windows
Oh.
or something.
Look, I just got put on this
They're-
10
they're-
minutes ago.
There's
so-
6 light
Pull your
windows.
stuff together.
Okay, so the motion is to approve and it's like kind, so we all agree that they will be the same kind of windows. You're not switching to double hungs. in other
Correct.
words. All right, so that is the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Well, no,
That's-
not just yet, sir. Let's see if we got any minutes for Terry. Oh, we don't. Oh, okay. So then John has just made a motion to adjourn early,
9 minutes early.
9 minutes
What
early.
about- Mr. Chair, what about January 3rd minutes?
Sorry, what?
January 3rd minutes?
Yeah, you do have January 3rd. I was wondering.
Oh, sorry, back up. John, we're going to hold your motion for a second. Oh, I see. It's on the other page. Yeah, there we go. January 3rd.
I have a question.
Go.
When did those get sent out? What, there were 2 sets of minutes that recently came out. Was January 3rd one of them?
Excuse me.
Should have been, yeah.
I usually send out the minutes.
Was
Sure.
January 3rd one of the, we just got recently received
Yes, we
2.
did. We had to resend them because the minutes reflected, they said January 10th by mistake. And then I resent them again with the.
Yeah, I'd
January.
ask to hold those because I have changes to make on the last 2 sets we received.
You want to hold these?
Yeah.
January 3rd. So look, let's just hold them for now. I think that's fair. So then I actually will take up John McLaughlin's motion to adjourn. All those in favor of John's motion to adjourn, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? There we go. Thanks a lot, folks.
Hi, everybody.
What?
We have a meeting Thursday.
Yeah, and
I won't be here
it's 3:30. Yeah.
and I'm not gonna be here next Tuesday.
Okay.
I'm not
Okay.
gonna be here next Tuesday either.
Oh, is it school break?
Yeah.
School break.
No, oh no, it's not. It's spring break.
It's